Wednesday, we will now have the singing of the national anthem, led by the honourable member. I thought it was supposed to be Chatham, Kent, Essex. Oh, led by the honourable, the parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Here, here. Well put. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true faith and love in all thy sons command. With flowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be opened. Qu'on ouvre les portes. Order. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amongst other things, Chatham is known as the Maple City. It's the site of the 1812 Battle of the Thames, where the brave Chief Tecumseh died, the end of the Underground Railroad, and it's the hometown of Fergie Jenkins. Fergie pitched for several teams, including the Philadelphia Flyers, the Texas Rangers, the Boston Red Sox, and the Chicago Cubs. Over his lengthy career, he played 664 games and reached the 20-win mark 7 times. He is the first Canadian to be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. And last Friday, I was privileged to attend a ceremony at Rideau Hall where Fergie Jenkins was honored by the Governor-General, Michael Jean, with the Order of Canada. Mr. Speaker, the people of Chatham are proud of their city, and the people of Chatham are especially proud of their hometown hero, Fergie Jenkins.
Yeah. The honourable member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, on April 28, the Nova Scotia Liberal Party elected a new leader, Mr. Stephen McNeil, an MLA for the riding of Annapolis. Over 1,400 delegates gathered in Dartmouth and showed Nova Scotians that the Liberal Party is alive and well and ready to tackle the challenges of forming a strong, united alternative to the Conservatives. Our party was fortunate to have three strong other contenders in the race: Diana Whelan, Mike Smith, and Kenzie McKinnon. These individuals should be commended for their strong performance and their commitment to the party and their province. Stephen McNeill has stated that he is ready to support the work of our Nova Scotia MPs and stand up to this federal government to ensure that the people of Nova Scotia are provided with the same opportunities to meet their potentials as other provinces and territories. I congratulate my friend Stephen McNeill and look forward to working with him in the future. Félicitations, Stephen.
Congratulations, Stephen. The Honourable Member for Varennes-Laprade. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to underscore the exemplary work and social involvement of Mr. Richard Fortier, a citizen in my riding, who was named Man of the Year in 2007 by the members of the Salaberry de Valleyfield Chamber of Commerce on April 28th. Mr. Fortier became involved in the Special Olympics in March 2007 in Salaberry de Valleyfield, and he's also been honorary president for the 2007 Heart and Stroke Foundation campaign. He was also chair of the Board of Administration of Carrefour Jeunesse, the Diabetes Association, and the International Valleyfield Regattas. These regattas are a must-attend event. When Mr. Fortier joins an association, that means that it's going to be successful. That's why I would like to congratulate you on all your successes and also thank you. Thank you for your time, for your dedication, and thank you for putting your immense talent to the use of your community.
Lyndon Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week marks National Elizabeth Fry Week. It is intended to enhance public awareness about the circumstances of victimized and criminalized women in the criminal justice system. Because the majority of women who are in our prison system are mothers, this week always precedes Mother's Day. Almost 3/4 of women serving federal sentences in Canada have a history of physical abuse, and over half sexual abuse. Aboriginal women represent 29% of the female prisoners, despite making up only 2% of the greater population. Many women in prisons have low literacy skills. 79% do not have a high school diploma. Globally, women are the fastest growing prison population. This Mother's Day, I encourage everyone to think of the women across this great country who, due to sad circumstances, will not be with their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for McLeod.
Mr. Speaker, multiple sclerosis is an unpredictable and at times disabling disease of the brain and spinal cord, which affects Canadians from coast to coast to coast. May is MS Awareness Month, and I am honoured to kick off the 31st annual MS Carnation campaign this year. Today's volunteers are the MS Society, presenting MPs from each political party. And I've been pinning carnations on members of Parliament to help raise awareness of MS for this campaign. It is a tradition that has been followed on Parliament Hill for many years now. This weekend, volunteers in over 280 communities across Canada will be selling carnations to raise money for MS research and services for people with MS. In the past 31 years, the program has raised more than $45 million for MS research and services. I encourage all members of the House and all Canadians to join in supporting the MS Society to help make a difference for individuals and families living with this disease. Together we can end it.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Springdale.
The hard work, vision and commitment of our seniors has formed the foundation of our country and has contributed to our social fabric. The time has come for us to right a wrong that impacts thousands of seniors from immigrant groups. Seniors who come to Canada from certain countries are eligible to receive old age security after 3 years, while seniors from other countries have to wait for a 10-year period, despite the fact that these benefits are not related to contributions. The Old Age Benefit Forum, the Chinese Canadian Council, and many other senior groups have advocated in the interest of fairness and equality. Seniors must belong from different communities and nationalities, irrespective of their country of origin, must be given fair and equality in terms of their treatment. In 2005, the Honourable Jerry Stratton, the then Deputy Leader of the Opposition, stated, and I quote, "Discrimination still exists. We as parliamentarians must put an end to this inequality and support Bill 362, which will amend the Old Age Security Act to reduce a residency requirement from 10 years to 3 years.
Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, this week is National Nurses Week in Canada, and across the country, medical professionals as well as governments are holding celebrations to honour the contribution that nurses are making to the health of Canadians. This year, Canadian Nurses Association has chosen to celebrate National Nurses Week with the theme, "You Think You Know Nursing? Take a Closer Look." This theme explores the depths of the nursing profession, including the role of nurses serving in the military. As chairman of the Standing Committee on Health, I've had the opportunity to work with nurses who provide health care, and I've had the benefit from the perspective of the nurses on public policy development and legislation. In particular, I would like to extend a special appreciation of the Canadian Forces nurses who are courageously serving in Afghanistan and contributing to the global effort to bring peace, stability, and development to this region. On the occasion of National Nurses Week, I salute Canada's 260,000 registered nurses.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. I am privileged to draw to the attention of this House the importance of Quebec heritage, using the municipality of L'Ange Gardien as an example. Founded in 1633, this municipality is the third oldest parish in Côte-de-Beaupré. For over the past 370 years, its built heritage has been strongly influenced by forestry and agriculture activities pursued by enterprising, cordial and proud people. When you visit this place, you can see the buildings illustrating the history of L'Ange Gardien and its builders, starting from the days of New France to the First World War. And then there is our religious heritage with its two magnificent chapels, which have been classified as historic monuments. This municipality has many indications of its rich past and must be preserved for future generations. So I would like to thank L'Ange Gardien citizens for protecting our cultural and heritage. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to point out once again the commitment of our government to minority official linguistic groups. In November, we voted in favour of an amendment for the Official Languages Act. The Bloc, however, voted against it. French and English have equal status in parliamentary institutions and the Government of Canada. In order to help the 200 institutions that exercise their responsibilities under this act, we now have a new guide that has now been released. We would like to point out this initiative. More than ever, our government shows its resolve to promote the linguistic duality in a strong Canada, and one that is prosperous and united. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, the American government has unilaterally announced that it would not implement a much-anticipated land pre-clearance pilot project, the Peace Bridge between Buffalo, New York and Fort Erie, Ontario, after 2 years of high-level discussions. The measure was a key part of the Security and Prosperity Partnership to keep borders open to trade but closed to terrorists. The shared border management pilot would have seen U.S. Customs and immigration operations move to the Canadian side of the Peace Bridge. While these kinds of pre-clearance activities already take place with American officials working in Canadian airports, the Peace Bridge pilot would have been a first and significant step to ease congestion at the land border crossings. A successful pilot project would have been expanded to other crossings, easing traffic snarls that cost Canada some $8 million each year. The Peace Bridge is a major port of entry with 1.3 million trucks and 6 million cars crossing annually. The expansion of this key international border crossing is long overdue and much hinged on a border pre-clearance agreement. I implore this government to urge the United States to immediately reconsider their negative position. Shared border management is critical for U.S.-Canada commerce and, indeed, the entire North American economy.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, today we mourn the loss of the remarkable veteran Dwight Wilson. Mr. Wilson was one of more than 600,000 brave Canadians who volunteered to serve our country during the First World War. At 106 years of age, he was also one of the only two known surviving Canadian veterans from World War I. Mr. Speaker, Dwight Wilson was only 15 years old when, like many of his peers, he doctored his age in an overwhelming desire to serve his country. His determination to defend the values we all cherish, to protect freedom, democracy, and the rule of law, illustrates why his generation has been called Canada's greatest generation. Mr. Speaker, we must never forget such courage or the great sacrifices and achievements of all the brave men and women in uniform. Today, Mr. Speaker, we extend our deepest sympathies to the family and friends of Dwight Wilson, We will always remember and honour a man who throughout his life remained as dedicated to Canada as when he wore his uniform.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, one would think that the government would be concerned by the recent spike in gas prices. One would also think that the government would want to get to the bottom of the price gouging of consumers. But yesterday they backtracked on support the Conservative Party once gave to a committee report calling for these items and voted against a motion to investigate gas prices and create a monitoring agency to ensure that Canadians know exactly why gas prices increase when they do. Oil and gas companies are enjoying immense profits, but consumers face increased and volatile prices at the pump. Canadians deserve answers. We know that reducing our dependence on fossil fuels such as gasoline and providing incentives to manufacturers and consumers to buy more fuel-efficient cars, for example, is necessary. But regardless of our aim to reduce our ecological footprint, just as we know why and how phone companies justify price increases, Canadians have a right to know what the reasons are for gas price increases. Consumers are getting gouged, and it's time for the government to get to the bottom of it.
The honourable member for North Vancouver.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this House today to recognize the 100th anniversary of the incorporation of the City of North Vancouver in British Columbia. The city is one of two municipalities in my riding of North Vancouver and was incorporated on May 13, 1907. Covering an area of approximately 5 square miles, this modern city is today the vibrant home to over 50,000 residents, plus thriving businesses and commercial, film and television, and waterfront port industries. It is the northern terminus of the Seabus, which daily ferries thousands of commuters and tourists between Vancouver and the North Shore. I give recognition to all the former mayors and councils whose vision helped create this great community as it is today. I congratulate the current mayor, Daryl Masada, and his council members Barbara Perrow, Bob Fernley, Craig Keating, Bob Haywood, Pam Bookham, and Sam Schechter, plus City Manager Ken Tolston, and the city staff for providing their dedication and leadership as they begin the second century of the history of this beautiful city of North Vancouver.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, it is with a great deal of sadness and emotion that we in the Bloc Québécois learned of the resignation of André Boisclair as the leader of the Parti Québécois. We salute the courage of such a decision. In leaving, André Boisclair repeated his love for Quebec and his attachment to the Parti Québécois, and no one can doubt that. He dedicated all his energy and his immense talent to this party. All acknowledge the tremendous political path he embarked on as a very young man. He took on, with rigor and determination, a whole series of responsibilities in trying times and in successful times. Responsibilities such as President of the National Youth Council. He was a minister with various portfolios. He was parliamentary leader of the official opposition, and finally, the leader. And he is still a member. We're convinced in the Bloc Québécois that André Boisclair will remain an asset enabling us to attain sovereignty and, in using his words,
Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Saturday, May 12th, the University of Prince Edward Island will confer degrees to the class of 2007. I would like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate the graduates and wish them success as they continue in their chosen fields. As well, the university will confer honorary degrees upon 4 outstanding individuals during this convocation ceremonies. The honorary graduates will be Paul Gianelia, Donna Jane Campbell, Richard Homburg, and Kay McPhee. Each recipient has made an excellent contribution to the island way of life in their chosen fields. I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating the honorary degree recipients and the newest graduates of this great university.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is getting out from behind the closed doors of the Liberal caucus. Apparently, the leader of the opposition has reportedly ordered the senators to pass the Senate tenure bill, a bill that has been obstructed in the Senate for almost a year now. However, the unelected and unaccountable Liberal senators have told him what he can do with his quaint notion of supporting a modest democratic reform measure. The Liberal senators are in open defiance of their helpless party leader. Canadians want to know, why is the Liberal leader so weak and powerless? Why is he impotent in the face of the challenge of the superannuated wing of his own caucus? Why can't the Liberal leader just get up and get the job done on Senate term limits? And so on so many other issues. Mr. Speaker, on May 30th, we're planning a party for the Senate term limits bill. It'll be 1 year since the bill was first introduced in the Senate. We hope the Liberal leader will come. After all, it'll be the 1 year anniversary since he said he supported Senate term limits.
Order. Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to contradict itself. Yesterday, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said it was pointless to inform NATO of the end of our mission in February 2009 in Kandahar because they just could read it in the papers. On April 19th, during a debate on a Liberal motion, the Conservatives repeated that we had an unlimited mission, that this was necessary. I'd like the Prime Minister to put an end to this cacophony and find out if he's talking to our NATO allies to find out who's replacing our troops in 2009. The Honourable Prime Minister. It's quite clear. Parliament's decision is to prolong the mission to February 2009. We're not looking for some kind of extension. Mr. Speaker, our position is that the Government of Canada must decide these things. It's the Liberal government that decided to send troops to Afghanistan, to Kandahar, without the support of Parliament. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The February 2009 is something that has been decided under this Prime Minister. He has the responsibility then, and there is a precedent. There is precedence. In 2003, when it was time to find a force of replacement for our troops, we secured it well before the end of our one-year mission in Kabul. Exactly. So these things take time. I ask the Prime Minister again, is he speaking to our NATO allies? Is he acting responsibly to be sure that we'll have a force of replacement for our troops in Kandahar in February 2009.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, our NATO allies are not seeking a Canadian decision on this at this time. I think what our NATO allies are seeking is the same thing the Canadian population is seeking, and that's clear support for the Canadian troops who are in the field right now at this time, and the Liberal Party should give them that support.
Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, to support our troops, we need to be clear, and the Prime Minister is not clear. Because from one side he said we don't need to engage NATO because it's clear it's February 2009. At the same time he said there is no decision made. So yes or no, is the end of the mission, of the combat mission in Kandahar, is February 2009? If the answer is yes, will he engage right away our NATO allies about it?
Honourable the Prime Minister.
I'll just say it once again, Mr. Speaker. Our allies are not seeking any such commitment from Canada at this time. I think what our allies would like, what our Canadian soldiers would like, is they would like to hear just once in a while a little bit of a thank you to our troops for the great work they're doing over there. They don't get it from the other side, and they should be getting it.
Honourable member. Honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, the detainee debacle has exposed this government's broader mismanagement of the Afghanistan mission. On the ground, we've got insurgents crossing freely from the border with Pakistan. We've got no strategy on the poppy trade. We've got no diplomatic strategy. We've got no development strategy. Here in Ottawa, we've got departments feuding with each other. We've got evasions in the House. And we've got a Minister of Defence who can't even get up on his feet and defend the policy. Mr. Speaker, will this Prime Minister do his job, give our soldiers the civilian leadership they deserve and fire that Minister of Defence.
Order. The Honourable and obviously very popular Minister of Foreign Affairs is rising to answer the question. We have to be able to hear the answer. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I dare say that in a decade or more we have not seen more clear, unequivocal support for the Canadian Armed Forces than we have seen for many years. Mr. Speaker, we have a very clear, decisive policy with respect to our foreign affairs commitment in Afghanistan. We have a very clear...
Mr. Speaker, this government doesn't understand that its leadership in Ottawa, without leadership in Ottawa, we will fail in Kandahar. The Secretary General of NATO said earlier this week, and I quote, "The final response in Afghanistan will not be military and cannot be military." When will this government balance out its efforts between combat and development and diplomacy? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, it's obvious the leader opposite doesn't understand this mission. This government is taking a very balanced approach. This government has increased support for the mission in Afghanistan. Over $200 million, Mr. Speaker.
Approach, development, reconstruction, well underway. Our provincial reconstruction team are doing admirable work in the field, Mr. Speaker, all of which takes place under the secure environment being provided by our military.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Finance Committee government experts did not deny that the profits from tax havens attain $4 billion annually without a penny of tax being paid. This is because of Section 59 of the Income Tax Act that allows Canadian corporations to be exempt of tax on profits they bring back from their subsidiaries in Barbados. Will the Prime Minister finally decide to abolish that section once and for all in order to put an end to this scandalous loophole? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. That's a very detailed question on the Income Tax Act regarding corporations, but I can repeat the message of the Finance Minister, who made a commitment to ensure that Canadian corporations pay their fair share of taxes in Canada. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. It's not very detailed. It's very simple, Mr. Speaker. It's a matter of abolishing Section 5907 because that's a $4 billion income tax burden assumed by the rest of the population. When the Prime Minister was in opposition, he did say clearly that this agreement with Barbados should be abolished. Well, now, today, he has the power to do so. What is preventing him from doing so? When will he have the courage to take action? Did he change his mind? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Bloc will know that the House Finance Committee is, in fact, studying these very issues right now. And I compliment the Bloc because they have supported this study. And, Mr. Speaker, we do have a huge commitment in this government to tax fairness. We've taken a lot of heat for it, Mr. Speaker. So we're very glad to have the support of the Bloc in tackling a fair tax system, Mr. Speaker.
Right on.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality of tax havens is not difficult to understand. What tax havens allow corporations to do is to pay almost no tax on profits from Barbados, bring them back those profits without paying taxes. Does the Finance Minister think it's normal that a corporation that has profits doesn't pay any taxes? Only the middle class is the burden of these taxes. This is an indecent thing, these tax havens. They have to be corrected as soon as possible. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, I'm sure my honourable friend opposite, being the finance critic for the Bloc, has read the budget in detail, and there he will see the government's commitment to achieving a fair tax system for all Canadians so that there can be tax reductions for all Canadians and all Canadian businesses. Mr. Speaker, the member will also know that in the budget the government committed to setting up a panel to study this, and also he knows that the House Finance Committee is studying it. So we are moving very vigorously on this front, and again, we do appreciate the member opposite and his support.
Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear that by maintaining Article 5907, the article that allows them to continue these tax havens, the finance minister is agreeing to let corporations avoid tax on $4 billion a year. The solution is one the finance minister is aware of. He simply has to abolish Section 5907 so that corporations pay their taxes here. When is he going to do it? Now? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure we're going to hear more representations along these lines, both to the House Finance Committee and to the government's panel on tax fairness. And as a member knows, this government has shown tremendous will to address tax loopholes, to make sure that we don't have tax evasion in this country. The government has shown actually extraordinary courage in tackling these issues and will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Many Canadian corporations have been lost. Russian, Chinese corporations, Swedish, American, Indian, Brazilian are enriching themselves while the families of workers are being impoverished. The government has done nothing to prevent the current situation from happening, has done nothing to ensure that our economic jewels in the crown remain Canadian. When will the government take seriously the bargain basement fire sale that's going on right now? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. It's not a fire sale. If there's any kind of acquisition, well, pursuant to the legislation, we will investigate these transactions and make sure that there's a net benefit for Canada. That's the policy of this government.
Member for Toronto Danforth.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, what the government is doing is putting a great big sign on the lawn. And it simply says, Canada for sale. And we're losing our identity with the takeover of companies like Molson's, The Bay, Van Hoot. We're losing jobs with the sell-off of companies like Abitibi, ATI Technologies. And we're losing our ability to chart a course for our future with the takeover of companies like Falconbridge and now Alcan. When is this Prime Minister going to start standing up for Canada and Canadian jobs?
Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is the old economic nationalism of the NDP that doesn't want Canada to be part of free trade or part of the global economy. The fact of the matter, yes, there is foreign investment in Canada. At the same time, Canadian investment outside of Canada has been growing. And yes, Mr. Speaker, there are job losses from time to time, but there are a lot more job gains under free trade and under our participation in the global economy. That's one reason why we have the lowest unemployment rate in over 40 years.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, what's pathetic in the Afghan prisoner scandal is not just the inconsistency and incompetence of this Conservative government. It's the fact that we have before us a former military lobbyist, a former arms dealer, who no longer is allowed to speak because his own Prime Minister understands that he embarrasses Canada every time he speaks. However, he's the one who's accountable. Can the Minister of Defence confirm that regardless of what the Prime Minister says, right now there are negotiations underway with NATO to withdraw the troops in Kandahar in January 2009? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Order, please. The Honourable Minister of National Defence has the floor.
In a recent national poll, I obtained twice the level of support of the Leader of the Opposition. support is because he continues to show poor judgment. Recently, he suggested that we would bring the Taliban back to Canada, maybe on a Taliban sponsorship program. But his worst example of judgment is picking a buffoon as a defense critic.
The honourable member. Order, please. The honourable member for Bourassa.
Maybe, Mr. Speaker, it takes one to recognize another one. I don't know. What we need, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I know people are in very good spirits today, but it is question period now. We have to have some order. The honourable member for Bourassa has the floor.
Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, our troops needs a defense minister. They don't need a seat cushion. What we need right now is answers. We don't want to know how's the poll is going on, because I think that if we were talking about polls, the Prime Minister would have some problem. The answer is, the question is pretty clear. We want to know if there is right now negotiation with NATO, because you are negotiating with NATO.
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I think it would be inappropriate for me to completely ignore the remark that was made by the honourable member talking about the Minister of National Defence, a man who has served his country in uniform for 30 years as an arms dealer. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is the kind of language that the other side uses towards the men and women who wear the uniform of the Canadian Forces. It's unacceptable. If the member will not withdraw it, his leader should make him withdraw it.
The honourable member for London West. Order.
Mr. Speaker, with their defence minister often muzzled in this House, Conservatives have confirmed to Canadians the total mismanagement of the Kandahar mission from top to bottom. Detainees botched and bungled. Defence and Foreign Affairs at war with each other through the press. Blackouts and secrecy instead of real information on the mission. And the Defence Minister has usually benched. I'm sorry, but that's true. Mr. Speaker, when will Conservatives show some real loyalty to the troops and name a Defence Minister who can actually do this job?
Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Absolute rubbish coming from members opposite. This government has been decisive in its action with respect to the issue of detainees. We now have an enhanced agreement in place that protects Canada's interests as well as that of detainees. Mr. Speaker, we have taken decisive action to give the men and women of the armed forces the equipment that they need. They have the support, at least on the government side, with respect to the important mission that's taking place in Afghanistan. We have millions of dollars in aid and reconstruction that's happening to help elevate the lives of the Afghan people, Mr. Speaker. Ask men and women in Afghanistan if they want Canada's participation. They'll tell you yes, regardless of what the opposition's saying.
Honourable member for London West.
Well, again, we've heard from the wrong minister. The bungles continue because the Defence Minister is not doing the full job. What Conservatives don't realize is that a civilian military control is an important principle of democracy. Don't Canadians deserve a real Defence Minister, one who asks questions and can actually answer them? How can Canadians have confidence in this government to manage the combat mission when its Defence Minister is so clearly a political dead man walking?
Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I dare say that in our country's history, we have never had a Minister of Defence with more in-depth working knowledge of the Canadian Armed Forces. In addition, Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, what we have undertaken in Afghanistan is to help assist the people of Afghanistan build a functioning country, securing their borders, building infrastructure, building vocational programs, building good governance practices, Mr. Speaker. This is a whole-of-government approach that is working. We're there under a UN-mandated NATO mission, making a huge difference, elevating the lives of people of Afghanistan.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, For a few months, major Canadian companies have been taken over or are about to be taken over by foreigners. They're almost all in the natural resources exploitation industry. This could seriously mortgage our economic development, and even Bay Street is concerned. What does the government intend to do to ensure that Canada doesn't become a branch economy? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that a recent study by Competitiveness and Prosperity confirms that headquarters and takeovers by foreign companies of Canadian companies is such that more headquarters are establishing here in Canada. So if my colleague's concerned about job creation and wealth creation here, the fact that foreign investment is healthy and has to comply with Canadian law. We have Canadian laws that ensure that there's a net benefit to Canada when a foreign industry invests here in Canada. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I'd point out to the Minister that for the regions, that's all false. This foreign takeover of natural resources means that processing will occur elsewhere, and that will weaken a bit more the manufacturing sector, with disastrous consequences for employment and resource regions. Will the Minister finally worry or get concerned about jobs? The Honourable Industry Minister. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're concerned about employment. We're concerned about future investment in Canada, which the Bloc Québécois has never been able to do in 13 years. For 13 years, the Bloc Québécois has done nothing concrete for Quebecers. It's important to point that out, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my colleague from the Bloc Québécois that the direct investment of Canadians outside Canada is higher than foreign investment here in Canada, which is $74 billion. That means that in Canada, we have champions. We have companies that can invest all around the world and create wealth. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, according to the Pest Control Agency, the government is preparing to raise the acceptable limit of chemical residue on hundreds of fruits and vegetables sold in Canada. In fact, the government's going to decide to lower standards to harmonize them with U.S. standards. Does the minister find it acceptable that we lower our standards for pesticide at the expense of all Canadians? The Honourable Health Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's not quite entirely the case. This government is going to protect the health of Canadians all across the country. Our decisions are based on science, scientific data, not political data, Mr. Speaker. And we won't reduce the level of safety of Canadians. And if the discussions lead to an agreement, that's what I promised this House. Environmental experts state that these changes to the regulations on pesticides are unacceptable. Can the minister explain to us why he's accepting these new standards, which will put trade interests ahead of health? That's the issue. Pleasing their American friends, and who cares about everyone's health? The Honourable Health Minister. There's been no agreement, no change yet. We're just discussing this. Our government is going to protect Canadians and protect our situation here. If there's any agreement with the Americans, that agreement will protect Canadians' health.
Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, the ill-fated plan to kill interest deductibility was a fundamental multi-billion-dollar mistake from the very beginning by an incompetent finance minister.
It was terrible.
Weeks after the budget, the minister said he needed to spend some time on the issue. Yesterday he said this is a difficult and a complex issue. Clearly, the minister does not know what he's doing, and he wrote the budget. He simply is not up to the job. Shouldn't Canadians have a finance minister who knows what he's doing?
We should. The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's kind of interesting how sensitive
the Liberals are to perceived incompetence in the front benches. I guess they've experienced a lot of that in their years in government, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is that our finance minister made it very clear that he was going to address tax loopholes, improper tax avoidance. He's doing that. And I wonder why the Liberals think that getting the same deduction for only one expense, getting a deduction twice, is a good thing, Mr. Speaker. How do they defend that?
Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, the minister and his parliamentary secretary are so incompetent they don't even know they are incompetent. This is about a minister whose approach to economic policy can be summed up in 3 words: ready, fire, aim. The minister's own estimates for the cost of this measure was off by 2,500%. If that's not incompetent, what is? His mistake will cripple Canadian industries, cost more jobs to hardworking Canadians. When will the incompetent minister retract this disastrous policy?
Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my friend's manufactured outrage, but the fact of the matter is that our government does not think that 2 deductions for 1 expense are appropriate. We're going to address that, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, that a little bit of this outrage on the other side will be designed to really make our tax system more fair, because that's what all Canadians want, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Trade claimed the softwood lumber agreement was, and I quote, far better than litigation. The U.S. has criticized our domestic softwood lumber policies. We've had 1 meeting of consultation, and it's clearly apparent that we're going to arbitration. In other words, back to court. The government sold out our softwood lumber industry by leaving over $1 billion on the table, agreeing to a restrictive quota system, and abandoning our past NAFTA and WTO litigation victories. When will the minister acknowledge he signed a flawed deal and it sold us out to the U.S.?
Right on. Honourable the Minister of International Trade.
Well, I'm a little surprised that my honourable critic is taking lessons out of the NDP book on sellouts. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll tell the honourable member that if we did not have the softwood lumber agreement in place today, we would be facing NAFTA Chapter 19 litigation, would be facing duties of 30 to 40%. Mr. Speaker, this softwood lumber agreement brings stability, it brings a process, it brings a positive, constructive way to deal with these kinds of disputes.
Exactly. Honourable Member for Nipissing Temiskaming.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, it's totally surprising that the minister is still supporting his softwood lumber agreement. We were told we'd have 7 years of peace. This was the best deal possible, that it was preferable to litigation. But the reality is that our industry is facing litigation funded by the $500 million that the Conservative government left in the hands of American softwood producers. This deal is a farce. How can the minister continue supporting it? The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, if there's a farce out here, it's the intellect of the honourable member. That's a complete farce. Does the honourable member recognize that our industry got over $5 billion to build and strengthen the Canadian softwood lumber industry? Does the honourable member realize that we have a positive, constructive process to resolve our disputes? Shame on the honourable member, Mr. Speaker. Shame.
Right, shame. Not the first time. Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a smog day in most of southern Ontario, and we are only at the beginning of May. Sadly, the Liberal leader doesn't think we have a problem. He has said our air is one of the cleanest air you may find in the developed country. Mr. Speaker, tell that to my constituents in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, in southwestern Ontario. Could the Minister of Environment tell this House about the detrimental changes by the Liberal Party to Bill C-30 when it comes to clean air?
Honorable the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, it's very common to name hurricanes and tornado, to give them a name, so we're going to call today Smog Day Dion, Mr. Speaker. We can say, Mr. Speaker, that
I suspect the Minister of the Environment meant Smog Day Leader of the Opposition or something like that. If he was using the name of an honourable member, he knows that he's got to use some other title, and he'll want to comply with the rules in his answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member for St. Paul said last year, we had one smog day in 1993, and we had 48 last year. That is the Liberal record on smog and pollution. Now, if it could get worse, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals want to take out mandatory national air quality standards from Bill C-30, mandatory public reporting on air quality, and the worst, they want to allow the minister to exempt some Canadians.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Speaker, Afghans are increasingly concerned with the mounting civilian death toll. This week, the Afghan Senate asked foreign forces to put an end to the hunting and the search and destroy approach. Last week, President Karzai said the civilian death toll is something his government can, and I quote, no longer accept. Mr. Speaker, will the government acknowledge the serious concerns of the Afghan government and change course, just as Afghan officials and the Canadian public are demanding?
Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course we acknowledge concerns of the Afghan government. We work very closely with them. We have representatives of the Canadian Embassy working each and every day with the government in Kabul. With respect to International Security Assistance Force, it's a UN-mandated NATO mission, Mr. Speaker. We're all aware of that. We know that the operations are conducted with the consent of the Afghan authorities under a democratically elected government in Afghanistan. NATO operations are conducted jointly alongside Afghan national forces, Mr. Speaker, and the Canadian forces and NATO allies attach the highest importance to the protection of civilian life in all of their operations.
Well, member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Well, Mr. Speaker, 90 civilian deaths in the last 2 weeks is something to take very seriously. The Conservative government can't tell us anything about what's happening with Afghan detainees. They can't give us a straight answer about the duration of the mission. Canadians have clearly lost confidence in the Minister of National Defence and the government's handling of the war, Mr. Speaker. If the government of Afghanistan does ask Canada and NATO to change their tactics, will the government do so?
Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, what I can tell the honourable member is we're not going to engage in idle speculation from the member opposite. What I can tell the member as well is that we've seen consistent inconsistency from the NDP on this issue with respect to their outlook on this mission. What we know very well, Mr. Speaker, is when it comes to the mission in Afghanistan, the members of the NDP are sheep in sheep's clothing.
The honourable member for Humber, St. Barb, Bay Area.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. To Conservatives, our Atlantic Accords have always been viewed as unfair side deals. So, on principle, Conservatives are now replacing the Nova Scotia Accord with, get this, side deals. How principled? Conservatives have gone from promises of no caps, no excuses, no fine print, to one big cap and a whole lot of fine print and a whole lot of excuses. Well, Mr. Prime Minister, I'd ask the Prime Minister to stand right here in this place and, on his word, give a promise to Newfoundland and Labradorians that he will replace the $11 billion that he took from the Atlantic Accord under equalization formula, or are we about to hear more excuses?
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, contrary to the member's rhetoric, this government promised to respect the Atlantic Accords, and that's exactly what we did in the budget, Mr. Speaker. We have respected the Atlantic Accord, and we also gave the Atlantic provinces under the Accord the option of moving into a new and even richer system of equalization. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the member's complaining about.
Yeah. What do you...
Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, another example of Conservative flim-flam is their treatment of Saskatchewan on equalization. During the last election, to buy votes, Conservatives promised Saskatchewan $800 million more per year, but their budget capped Saskatchewan at only 1/4 of that amount for this year and then nothing thereafter. Saskatchewan people feel betrayed, so the Premier says he may now take this Conservative government to court. At least 5 provinces are outraged about this budget. Is this the new era of peace and harmony the Federal Finance Minister bragged about?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's always amusing to me when the Honourable Member from Regina Wascana comes up to start speaking about Saskatchewan and what he did for Saskatchewan. The truth of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, under the Liberal government, they had no plans whatsoever to deal with removal of non-renewable natural resources from the equalization formula. We promised it, we delivered it. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, Saskatchewan received the best deal in equalization, and we received $878 million in new funding, a higher per capita, per person payment than any other province in Canada, Mr. Speaker. A great deal for Saskatchewan.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are playing games with the hugely successful Summer Grants program, which has provided hundreds of thousands of jobs for students and assisted community organizations. Last fall, they announced a $55 million cut, but no details. They wait till March to re-gift it, but change the program, and guess what? Less money. Students are confused. Community organizations are shaking their heads. Cuts, changes, less money. Why is the minister treating this program like a game of 3-card Monty? Why stack the deck against our students?
Right.
I haven't heard of that card game, and I think we should avoid references to that sort of thing. It sounds a lot like perhaps the minister's name, and I've already had to chastise one honourable member for this kind of blunder this afternoon. The Honourable the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development has the floor. Order.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, that was a savage attack, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, we have changed the program. We've improved it, Mr. Speaker. We've improved it, Mr. Speaker, because under the Liberals, they used the plan, Mr. Speaker, to fund companies like Walmart and Canada Safeway and Bacardi's, very successful international companies who didn't need the support of taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. They also used the money to politically reward their friends, Mr. Speaker. We've ended that practice. The culture of entitlement is over, Mr. Speaker. We've preserved all the funding for the not-for-profit sector. The member is the one who's really confused, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, community organizations have to pay the price today for Conservatives' decisions. Last year alone, the Summer Career Placement Program placed over 112 person years of student work. And this year, the Conservatives have cut and reduced the program and replaced it by a less generous program and a sign-up process that leaves out community organizations altogether. How did the minister so badly misjudge the great values of the Summer Career Placement program? Why has the minister let down Canada's students? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
I know the member is disappointed that he can no longer direct this money to his political friends. But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians want a clean program. Mr. Speaker, we have ensured that the $77.5 million that was budgeted last year for the not-for-profit sector is there again this year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on top of that, we offer several $1 million more for public and private small businesses, Mr. Speaker, businesses under 50 employees, because we don't want to continue to send money to Walmart like the previous government did.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, it's been 3 years now that the federal government, since the government adopted a voluntary GMO labeling policy, and yet no such labels have ever been found by consumers in Quebec or Canada. Knowing that over 80% of consumers in Quebec and Canada want mandatory labeling, which has already been applied in some 40 countries, does the government intend to give consumers the right to know whether their food contains genetically modified organisms? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
It is of great interest to agricultural ministers, both federal and provincial. There is a working group of federal provincial ministers and our top bureaucrats that are working on this right now, coming up with ideas and proposals, Mr. Speaker. We are also engaged in an international forum recently in Montreal. Up to 35 countries participated, again, to try to find a way forward that meets the needs of our international obligations while still allowing farm operations and our very safe food operations to continue here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we are working on this, building consensus. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, consumers should always send the message they have the ultimate hammer because they can just not buy it if they don't.
Honourable Member for Jean Lebert. Mr. Speaker, all member countries of the World Bank are in favor of firing Paul Wolfowitz, who gave a significant raise to his girlfriend. All but three: Japan, the US, and Canada. Will the Minister of Finance explain to us why he continues to support Paul Wolfowitz, an individual that the World Bank investigation found guilty of nepotism? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
How on earth my friend opposite can come to that conclusion, because in fact our government's position is that we cannot make a conclusion on this matter until the process that had been put into place by the World Bank itself has been followed. It is now being undertaken. Examinations of all the facts have been made by the World Bank and by their panel, and as soon as the facts come out and are published, then we will take a position, Mr. Speaker. I think that's a fair thing to do.
Yes. Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Foreign Affairs, with righteous indignation, misled this House in response to a question raised by my colleague from Thornhill. Conservative MPs tried to block a Liberal motion to condemn the hateful words of the Iranian president and send his comments to the International Criminal Court. While the motion passed, Mr. Speaker, it was only the Conservatives who voted against it. Will the Minister of Foreign Affairs apologize for misleading the House, and will he publicly condemn his colleagues for their shameful actions?
Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
On behalf of this government, as I have in the past, is the shameful commentary by President Ahmadinejad in his hateful comments, in his distortion of fact, in his ongoing denial of the Holocaust. And what is so tragic, Mr. Speaker, so unfortunate, so abysmal, is members opposite trying to play politics with such a serious issue, trying to distort the position of members of Parliament, including myself, over an issue of international disgrace on the part of a leader, a supposed leader in Iran.
Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday our government announced a major step forward in efforts to ensure that Canadians have clean water and that our oceans and lakes are protected. We announced the consolidated national regulations for pollution from ships that will apply to all boats in all waters in Canada. Can the Minister of Transport tell the House how these regulations will benefit Canadians and how the government is taking action against marine pollution?
The Honourable the Minister of Transport.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question. The new regulations, Mr. Speaker, released yesterday are a prime example of the Government of Canada's lead as a leader in preventing the pollution of the marine environment and reducing the environmental impacts of transportation, Mr. Speaker. By working with the marine industry, we now have a zero tolerance regulation that will deliver results for the prevention of pollution from ships and dangerous chemicals. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the protection of the environment, we are turning the corner and we're getting the job done.
The Honourable Member for Skeena,
Today marks the first day of smog season in Ontario, and unfortunately this Minister of the Environment
made things worse by creating a special loophole for the Conservatives' favourite pet project in the oil sands. Every industry in Canada is being asked to chip in. Even the oil and gas sector has to reduce by 35%, but the oil sands gets to increase smog pollution by 60%. Why the double standard, Mr. Speaker? Why the free ride for the oil sands? And will the minister allow Albertans to breathe clean air as well as the rest of Canadians?
The Honourable the Minister of the Environment.
Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, this government is acting to reduce smog, to reduce pollution in every single industrial sector, including in the oil sands, Mr. Speaker. If we left it to the Liberal business-as-usual approach, these emissions would rise by 300%. That's unacceptable. I'd like to ask the member from British Columbia, maybe he could tell us why he voted against mandatory national air quality standards in Bill C-30, why he voted against mandatory public reporting on air quality, and why would he allow a politician behind closed doors to exempt certain parts of Canada from clean air. Shame on him, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Skeena
Speaker,
Valley.
today we've learned of a disturbing new tactic in the Conservatives' arsenal in fighting against the clean environment. Today, this government arrested a whistleblower at Environment Canada who had the audacity to tell the Canadian people the truth about the policy that is disastrous for this country. Why won't the government spend a little less time arresting whistleblowers and a little more time cleaning up this environment? Why won't he introduce into this House the Clean Air and Climate Change Act that we reintroduced and rewrote for a clean and fair democratic vote in this Parliament?
The Honourable the Minister of the Environment.
My colleague from British Columbia will be happy to know what we are doing. We're finally going to force these big corporate polluters to clean up their act. And you know who the biggest corporate polluter in Canada is? It's Dalton McGuinty and the Ontario Liberal government. We're going to force them to clean up their dirty coal-fired plants so the people in southern Ontario can have clean air and less pollution and less smog, Mr. Speaker.
Order. À l'ordre. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Canada's most decorated nurse, Dr. Helen Musalam. She is the recipient of the highest award of the International Red Cross, the Florence Nightingale Medal, and a Companion of the Order of Canada. Dr. Musalam served as surgical nurse in the Second World War and is accompanied today by a group of nurses, several of whom are with the Canadian Forces and have recently returned from Afghanistan. L'Honorable Député de Mattawa.
The Honourable Member for Mattawa-Restigouche. On a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make a point of order with respect to a question of privilege, Mr. Speaker. During question period, I asked a question. I put a question to the Minister of Human Resources, despite the fact that the Minister might not want to hear the truth. When he answered, it was clear that he tried to cast doubt on my integrity when he suggested that the summer job program in my region and the programs for volunteers and programs in other cities of my region got the money because they're my little friends. It's unacceptable for a minister to make such comments. He should be a little bit more circumscript when he makes comments, and I would ask, Mr. Speaker, that the minister to be more like a gentleman withdraw his words. Maybe he doesn't like to hear the truth, but it's unacceptable to attack the integrity of a member in this House. We were elected by the citizens in our ridings to do the work that we do, and to have it suggested that I give money to my to my friends, programs such as the Job Summer Placement Program and programs for volunteers, that is unacceptable. They were able to benefit from these programs in the past. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Appreciate what the member is saying. However, I have to point out, Mr. Speaker, coming in the wake of the worst scandal in Canadian political history, we have an obligation as a government to take every possible measure to make sure that the safeguards are in place to protect the Canadian public and protect taxpayers. That means taking away the ability of members of Parliament who are in a political conflict of interest, certainly, and sometimes perhaps in a personal conflict of interest. Take all of that away, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that taxpayers are protected.
I think we're getting into a debate on this subject.
In my opinion, we have a submission. Perhaps it's a point of privilege, perhaps it's a point of order. I looked at the statements made by the member during question period, and I read the comments that followed, and if necessary, I'll bring the matter back to the House.
Debate on the words that were used. They're in print now. We can read them. If there was something that said that was improper, we'll deal with it. The Honourable Député d'Acadie Bathurst.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst.
The Honourable Member is rising on a point of order. The Honourable Member for Okanagan and Shuswap.
Speaker, on a point of order, I would like to clarify an administrative issue related to the tabling on March 29, 2007 of the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. In accordance with Standing Order 109, the committee agreed to a motion to request a government response to the report within 120 days. The motion appears in the minutes of the proceedings, but the request did not appear in the text of the report itself. This was an administrative oversight. The committee agreed to the motion. It was recorded in the minutes. The minutes were cited in the report, and I request a government response when I presented the report to the House. I rise today to confirm that the committee does indeed wish to receive a government response within 120 days, and I have signed a new copy of the report to that effect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and I'm directing the Clerk of the House to take the appropriate administrative measures to address the situation he's described. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 11 petitions.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Prentice, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act, Expanded Voting Opportunities, and to make a consequential amendment to the Referendum Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Van Loan, appuyé par Monsieur Prentice.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Prentice, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable the Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34, I have the honour to present to the House a report from the Canada-United Kingdom Interparliamentary Association concerning the bilateral visit to the United Kingdom held in London from January 14th to the 20th, 2007.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association respecting its participation to the Parliamentary Conference on Northern Dimension held in Brussels, Belgium, February 28 to March 1, 2007.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Environment, Sustainable Development, entitled Bill C-307, an act to prohibit the use of BP, BBP, DBP, and DEHP in certain products and to amend the Canada Environment Protection Act 1999. In accordance with its order of reference of Tuesday, October 31, 2006, your committee has considered and held hearings on the subject matter of Bill C-307, an act to prohibit the use of BBP, DBP, DEHP in certain products and to amend the Canadian Environment Protection Act 1999, and agreed on Thursday, May the 3rd, 2007 to report it with amendments.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to present 3 reports from the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the first report is the 48th report from the Procedures and House Affairs Committee regarding changes to the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, this change to Standing Order 115 is as follows. Notwithstanding Standing Orders 108.1a and 113.5, the chair of a standing, special, legislative, or joint committee shall suspend the meeting when the bells are sounded to call in the members to a recorded division, unless there is unanimous consent of the members of the committee to continue to sit. Mr. Speaker, I intend to move concurrence in that report at the House's agreement later this day. As well, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present the 49th report of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs. Mr. Speaker, this report deals with the selection criteria for my private members' business, as well as proposed changes to the standing orders regarding similar items of private members' business. Again, Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I shall try to move concurrence on the 49th report later this day. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I have the great privilege and honour to present in both official languages the 50th report of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs. Pursuant to Standing Order 92.3, the committee recommends that Motion 322, standing in the name of the Honourable Member for St. Laurent-Cartierville, be designated non-votable item. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages entitled Communities Speak Out, Hear Our Voice, the Vitality of Official Language Minority Communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Perth, Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 19th report related to the assistance program for exhibits and festivals by the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Thank you.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting committee reports.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The Honourable the Chief Government Whip and Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 travel motions to present to the House today. The first notes that there's been the usual discussions between all of the parties, and I think you'll find there's unanimous consent for the following motion, that in relation to its study on Canada's trade policy, 5 members of the Standing Committee on International Trade be authorized to travel to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, Dubai and Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, Sana'a, Yemen, and Brussels, Belgium, from June 3rd to 14th, 2007, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee.
Does the Honourable Chief Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. La Chambre l'a entendu. Plaît-il à la...
The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Carried.
Chief Government Whip.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second travel motion follows the same as the other in the sense that there's been discussions between all the parties. I think you'll find unanimous consent that in relation to its study on Canada's trade policy, 5 members of the Standing Committee on International Trade be authorized to travel to Jakarta, Indonesia, Singapore, and Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam, from June 3rd to 14th, 2007, and that the necessary staff do accompany the committee.
Does the Honourable the Chief Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? La Chambre l'a entendu. Plaît-il?
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Carried.
Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the 48th report of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs concerning the standing orders of the House presented to the House earlier this day be now concurred in.
Does the Honourable Member for Cambridge have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Is it agreed? D'accord.
Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed. Carried.
Cambridge.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move also that the 49th report of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs concerning the standing orders of the House and private members' business presented earlier this day be now concurred in.
Does the Honourable Member for Cambridge have unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? La Chambre.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Carried. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île on a motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to obtain a unanimous consent for a motion regarding an urgent matter of human rights in the Philippines. In the opinion of the House, given the grave deterioration of the situation of human rights in the Philippines since 2001 and political assassinations that have been systematic as denounced by Amnesty International in 2006 in the special report of the UN on extrajudicial executions, and given that Canada provides aid to the Philippines, the Government of Canada should exert pressure on the government of Gloria Arroyo so that she take the measures necessary to remedy the situation and put an end to political assassinations and the impunity that follows, so that democratic elections worthy of the name proceed on May 14th. I hope that the House will agree with this motion. The Honourable Member have the unanimous consent to table this motion? No? There is no unanimous consent.
Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present 3 petitions. The first one concerns the terminated seed that is designed to render seeds sterile at harvest and thus prevent farmers from saving and replanting seeds, and calls on Parliament to enshrine in legislation a permanent national ban on the terminated seed. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I present a petition from petitioners who are very concerned about the need for affordable and co-op housing units and the loss of subsidies to co-op housing units that were cut under the Section 95 program, and calls on Parliament to repay all of the lost subsidy and to provide new assistance to co-ops and to build 200,000 affordable and co-op housing units. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I have a petition signed by hundreds of people in British Columbia who note that the federal minimum wage was eliminated in 1996, and that to have a federal minimum wage is a very important matter to ensure that workers get a decent living wage, and calls on Parliament to ensure that workers in federal jurisdiction are paid a fair minimum wage by passing the NDP's Bill C-375 to re-establish a federal minimum wage and set it at $10 an hour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, I wish to table in the House a petition containing many signatures from constituents of mine in Manicouagan. This is added to other petitions already tabled in the House following the decision of the federal government to replace the summer placement program for students. Many citizens have expressed their displeasure at this. The petitioners, electors, students, private organizations, public organizations are asking Parliament and the House to maintain and improve the summer career placement program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have names, over 1,000 names from people all across Canada calling on our government to continue its good work to combat trafficking of persons worldwide. Investigators from the Peel Regional Police Vice Unit have charged a man with human trafficking just last week here in Ontario. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to address this rising crime that's growing here in Canada.
Honourable Member for Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition for my riding to ban Terminator technology. It called upon the Parliament to enshrine in legislation a permanent national ban on Terminator technologies to ensure that these are never planted, field tested, patented, or commercialized in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition signed by hundreds of Canadians from all over Canada who point out that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer that the world has ever known, yet Canada remains one of the largest producers and exporters of asbestos in the world, and that Canada allows asbestos to be used in building materials, textiles, and even in children's toys. And therefore, the petitioners call upon Parliament to ban asbestos in all of its forms, end all government subsidies of asbestos both in Canada and abroad, and stop blocking international health and safety conventions designed to protect workers from asbestos, such as the Rotterdam Convention.
The Honourable Député Dac.
Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here from people from New Brunswick asking that the employment insurance program that was established to help workers who've lost their jobs temporarily or permanently get some income, that the government do away with the compulsory waiting period and allow workers to apply as soon as they are laid off, and to have adequate staff in Service Canada offices so that applicants can have a choice between applying on paper or online, and lastly, make sure that they receive assistance from well-informed staff.
I have another petition with many hundreds of people coming from New Brunswick again, and that in the 2 days economy, a loss of even a days of salary is a hardship for too many. The 2 weeks waiting period is unfair to workers who are already suffering from loss of employment. Then that the government reject the mandatory waiting period and allow the workers to claim for lost salary commencing on day one of their claims, and reclaim proper staffing in the local Service Canada office so that a claimant can have the choice to either file a paper or electronic claim, and that the claimant can receive support from properly informed staff. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table another petition today that arises out of my national campaign to fight for fairness for ordinary Canadians, and in particular for seniors who were shortchanged by their government as a result of an error in calculating the rate of inflation. The government has acknowledged the mistake made by Statistics Canada, but is refusing to take any remedial action. The petitioners call upon Parliament to take full responsibility for this error, which negatively impacted their incomes from 2001 until 2006, and take the required steps to repay every Canadian who has been shortchanged by a government program because of the miscalculation of the CPI. The petitions are signed by hundreds of people from Nova Scotia and Ontario, including an overwhelming number of seniors at St. Elizabeth Village in my riding of Hamilton Mountain. The petitioners are people who've worked hard all their lives, who've played by the rules, and now are finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. All that the petitioners are asking for is a little bit of fairness from their government. It's my great privilege to table this petition on their behalf. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, summer is upon us and many Canadians are cycling. Unfortunately, every year there are cyclists that died under the wheels of large trucks. In fact, large vehicles were involved in 37% of collisions, resulting in cyclist fatalities. That is why I have hundreds of names on the petition that call on the Government of Canada to introduce a regulation under the Motor Vehicle Safety Act requiring side underrun guards for large trucks and trailers to prevent cyclists and pedestrians from being pulled under the wheels of these vehicles, and to harmonize Canadian vehicle safety standard with ECE Regulation 73, which required side guards on all trucks and trailers in Europe. I also have hundreds of names of Canadians from the Immigrant Seniors Advocacy Network in support of eliminating 10 years residency requirement for the OH security and guarantee income supplement for entitlement to a monthly pension. These hundreds of names are part of 10,000 petition signatures in partnership of this network, which is formed by the Chinese Canadian National Council Toronto Chapter, Hispanic Development Council, African Canadian Social Development Council, Council of Agencies Serving South Asians, and the OH Benefits Forum.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with deep sadness that I present this petition, which has to do with alcohol warning labels and fetal alcohol syndrome. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are also deeply saddened by the fact that they have to sign a petition calling on the government to implement a motion that was passed by this Parliament 6 years and 1 month ago. Mr. Speaker, they express grief that we have been through 6 years, 5 health ministers, and 2 governments, and to this day there has been no implementation of a very basic motion to put alcohol warning labels on all beer, liquor, and wine bottles in order to help deal with the most troubling and difficult issue of fetal alcohol syndrome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. L'Honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I ask that all questions be allowed to stand, Mr. Speaker.
Agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed and so ordered. Avis de motion portant.
Notice of motions for the production of papers.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Also. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
At second reading of Bill C-54, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, accountability with respect to loans.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that Bill C-54, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, accountability with respect to loans, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate. The Honourable the Government House Leader and Minister for Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great pleasure that I rise today to open debate on the Accountability with Respect to Loans Bill. This legislation builds on our groundbreaking Federal Accountability Act in ushering in a modern era of clean politics, an era when it will no longer be acceptable for any political entity, including candidates and leadership contestants, to mortgage themselves to powerful, wealthy individuals. This bill is modern, accountable, realistic, and will strengthen our democracy. Canada's new government fought the last election campaign on a commitment to eliminate the influence of big money in the political process. And since our very first days in office, we've been delivering on that commitment with an active agenda of meaningful democratic reform. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Federal Accountability Act brought in tough new campaign finance rules. In it, corporate and union contributions were banned, anonymous contributions and trust funds were banned, a strict limit on annual donations to a political party of $1,100 was established to put an end to the influence of big money.
Thanks to these reforms, we closed the doors on those who attempted to exert influence by taking out their big bills.
You should think what you do when you run into debt. You give another power over your liberty. Unfortunately, last year it became apparent that Liberal leadership candidates were all too willing to relinquish their liberty by mortgaging themselves to a handful of wealthy individuals. When Liberal leadership candidates started financing their campaigns with big loans from a few wealthy individuals, Canadians saw that big money had found a back door. It had found a way around the Federal Accountability Act. Big money saw political loans as an opportunity to buy back the influence that the Conservative campaign finance reform had blocked. And they took that opportunity, big money did. The leader de l'opposition officielle,
the leader of the official opposition, for instance, mortgaged himself to the tune of $500,000 with influential, wealthy people like Stephen Bronfman and others. Bob Ray.
$20,000 from his brother, an executive vice president and member of the board of directors of Power Corporation. The member for King Hants borrowed big cash to the tune of $200,000, and the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore borrowed almost $500,000 as well, all of it either from wealthy individuals or guaranteed by a handful of powerful interests. In total, Liberal leadership candidates are on the record as owing over $3 million, almost all of it to wealthy individuals. To put that figure in context, Mr. Speaker, that debt is 6 times the total amount raised by the entire Liberal Party in the first 3 months of 2007. Big money found an easy way to get around the Accountability Act by giving huge sums of money to their favourite candidates and simply calling them loans. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that arrangement sits well with Canadians. It's inconsistent with the spirit of the new Federal Accountability Act that sought to eliminate the undue influence of big money on politics. The démocratie canadienne,
Canadian democracy cannot breathe easily when our country's leaders owe millions of dollars to wealthy, influential people.
Respect to Loans Bill ensures that politicians are accountable to the people who elect them, not the rich and powerful people who want to bankroll them. Today, we are acting decisively to put an end to that kind of old-style backroom politics. With this legislation, our government will kick down the doors of political backrooms and turn the lights on. This bill regulates all loans made to political parties, candidates, and associations in Canada. The bill establishes a uniform and transparent reporting regime for all loans to political entities. It requires mandatory disclosure of terms and of the identity of all lenders and loan guarantors. Total loans, loan guarantees, and contributions by individuals cannot exceed the annual contribution limit for individuals established in the Federal Accountability Act, which is set at $1,100 for this year, 2007. Only financial institutions and other political entities can make loans beyond that $1,100 limit, and then only at commercial rates of interest, the same rates every other Canadian would get from their bank or credit union. Under the Accountability with Respect to Loans Bill, unions and corporations will be unable to make loans, just as they are now unable to make contributions. This brings our campaign finance rules for loans in line with the rules for political contributions. Finally, the rules for the treatment of unpaid loans are tightened by this legislation to ensure candidates cannot walk away from unpaid loans. Riding associations will be held responsible for unpaid loans taken out by their candidates. In short, the Accountability with Respect to Loans Bill is modern, realistic, and effective. It will strengthen our democracy and public confidence in the integrity of our political system. Mr. Speaker, the Accountability with Respect to Loans Bill builds on the agenda of democratic reform our government has undertaken since being elected. Canada's new government has taken action to modernize Canada's political system by introducing realistic legislation that strengthens accountability, strengthens our democracy, and makes the entire political process more accountable. Nous avons tout d'abord.
First, we tabled Bill C-4, which instaured an examination of political party registration.
Included provisions to reduce the influence of big money on politics, was passed before Christmas. Bill C-16, another bill, strengthens our democracy by improving responsibility, transparency, and equity. It establishes fixed election dates every 4 years on the third Monday in October. Fixed dates take the guesswork out of the electoral process and level the playing field for the chief electoral officer, for political parties, and more importantly, for voters. It also encourages participation in the democratic process by allowing Canadians to plan to participate in their nation's electoral process. I am very pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that C-16 finally received royal assent despite becoming the target of efforts by unelected Liberal senators to obstruct and delay every aspect of the government's democratic reform agenda, as has been their habit. As you will recall, Mr. Speaker, C-16 was passed in the House of Commons without amendments. It underwent exhaustive debate in the House of Commons, as well as in the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. After being passed in the House of Commons, with support on both sides of the House, the Fixed Dates for Elections Bill was sent to the Senate, where it was examined in detail by the Senate's Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs. After a lengthy period of scrutiny and detailed process, that Liberal-dominated committee supported the passage of the bill without any amendments. While neither the House or the Senate committees found it necessary to amend the term limits bill, at the 11th hour, the very last minute, an amendment was passed by the Liberal Senate, a frivolous amendment that watered down the legislation, which was never subject to any level of scrutiny, and compelled it to come back to the House of Commons, effectively delaying and obstructing the bill further. En fin de compte,
Finally, the dilly-dallying and obstruction ended in the Senate, and elections will now be held on fixed dates.
Government has also moved to modernize the unelected Senate and to make senators more accountable to the people they serve. Mr. Speaker, we have acted to strengthen accountability in the Senate with legislation that finally seeks to give Canadians a say in who they want representing them in the Senate. The involvement of citizens is fundamental to any democratic institution. Unfortunately, though, until recently, Canadians have had little involvement in the selection of their senators. The Senate election bill recognizes that it is the citizens of the country, not big money or backroom boys, who are best qualified to advise the Prime Minister on who should speak for them in Ottawa. We on this side of the House are anxious to see the passage of this groundbreaking legislation, and that brings us to S4. Now, Mr. Speaker, the tomfoolery that C-16 was subjected to over there in the Senate pales in comparison to what has happened to S4, the legislation that seeks to limit Senate terms to 8 years. Le projet de loi S4.
Bill S4 was tabled in the Senate on May 30th, 2006, or over a year ago already.
The opposition says he supports term limits for senators. S4 remains mired in procedural limbo thanks to Liberal senators bent on obstructing and delaying any meaningful democratic reform. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, S4 is a straightforward bill with only 66 words in it. According to my calculations, senators who are unelected have spent more than 5 days on each word in this bill.
I'm asking members of the official opposition to urge their colleagues in the upper chamber to respond to the wishes of Canadians and pass S4. I know the Liberal leader has tried to do that. I know the Liberal senators tend to defy him and just simply won't listen to him. I wish he could muster some authority, some strength, regardless of his overall weakness, at least the strength to lead his own caucus on this one issue and get them to pass it. Our government rejects the tactics employed by some senators to delay an agenda on democratic reform that's endorsed by the Canadian people, and we are taking action to respond to the wishes of Canadians to make their national institutions stronger, more modern, more accountable, and more democratic. The Accountability with Respect to Loans Bill is the latest of these reforms, and I look forward to introducing more legislation that will strengthen accountability in the days ahead. The Accountability with Respect to Loans Bill delivers on the commitment of Canada's new government to rid our nation's political system of the undue influence of big money. It shows Canadians that their vote is mightier than the big bank accounts of a powerful, wealthy few. With the passage of this bill, Canada's new government will create an airtight system of political financing, a system that will eliminate, once and for all, the influence of the rich and powerful, of big money, on our political process. It will create a system that Canadians can trust. The Accountability with Respect to Loans Bill will ensure that the 2006 Liberal leadership race was the last time the influence of big money and powerful friends played a role in the selection of a leader of a political party in Canada. Most importantly, this bill is modern, accountable, realistic, and will strengthen our democracy and public confidence in the integrity of our political system. For toutes ces raisons, Monsieur.
For all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I insist that all members in the House support this bill on accountability with respect to loans.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Question. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I commend the Leader of the House, Government House Leader, for his range of topics on democratic reform that he's touched on, and I look forward to further debate on this bill so that we can examine some of those points a little more carefully. But perhaps I could just ask of the Government House Leader, given that he's been very explicit in being able to attach the amounts and people and the lenders of loans to the Liberal leadership candidates last year, the reason, of course, that he was able to do that was because they disclosed it all. The amounts, who lent the money, who were the guarantors. It was all disclosed, in fact, beyond the requirements of the current Elections Act. And I would just like to comment, Mr. Speaker, that, or observe in passing that the only leader in this House who has not disclosed what they have, the contributions for their leadership, is, of course, the Prime Minister. And so I would ask the Government House Leader if he would comment on when we will know who contributed to the Prime Minister's 2002 leadership contest. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Government.
Mr. Speaker, my friend from Vancouver seems to like to change the subject, as the Liberals do on this, and I can understand why they don't want to talk about the loans and the mortgaging of their leadership candidates to wealthy, powerful individuals. The reality remains that the Prime Minister and his leadership campaign for leader of the Conservative Party disclosed all the contributors. That was all publicly disclosed. It's a matter of public record. In fact, I even read an article the other day researching this, on which I saw that all his contributions were small contributions, and he ended up without a debt. Yet there was another competitor for that leadership contest at the time, the member from Newmarket, Aurora, and she apparently financed her campaign almost entirely herself. Again, the influence of wealthy and the powerful that we sort of want to get away from in this process. And that's why we've done that effectively on contributions now, so that the kind of thing that happened there with the member for Newmarket, Aurora will not be able to happen again. And we also want to ensure that you don't have wealthy, powerful individuals mortgaging themselves, gaining control over leadership candidates by making them loans. Loans when they're desperate, at the worst time during a leadership campaign, and thereby being able to exercise undue influence. The question you've got to ask yourself, that everybody has to ask themselves in this House, Mr. Speaker, is what is the situation when you have a political leader who owes $500,000 to a handful of wealthy, powerful individuals? I can tell you, the Prime Minister doesn't owe any money to anybody. Nobody has a claim on him. Nobody has a claim on what he does on policies. I'm not sure we can say that about the Liberal leadership candidates who gathered up almost $3 million in loans from private individuals, wealthy private individuals, including the Leader of the Opposition today, who, according to his public disclosures, owes $500,000. I want to be clear, though, none of those things are illegal. Everything that they did was entirely legal and proper. What we want to ensure is that it doesn't happen again, so that it won't be legal in the future.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm the first one to say that these political loans were a loophole that had to be plugged. It would have been fundamentally wrong to go into another federal election under the current regime where big money can still buy undue influence in Canadian politics. So there's much in this bill that I'm pleased to see. In fact, we moved a similar amendment during the Federal Accountability Act, seeking just this very type of thing. The one thing that I do have a question about, and I can't for the life of me imagine why the date of implementation, or that it won't take effect until 6 months after royal assent. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'll ask the House Leader for the government to correct me if I'm wrong, but that could set up the situation where we are going to conduct one more election campaign under the existing rules. And given that it's now common knowledge that a loan is not a loan when it's not paid back, it's a donation, we could still have in fact, we'll have more people doing this than ever if we don't change the rules before another federal election. The government was adamant that we implement and put into effect Bill C-2 immediately upon royal assent, the very same day. Why do they want to give us a 6-month grace period in this case?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, I want to start by thanking the member from Winnipeg Centre for his question. He has indeed been a champion on this issue, and I think he deserves due credit for having placed it on the public agenda, kept it in the public eye, and we must give him due credit for having ensured that it was drawn to the attention of the government for action in the fashion that he did. So he too can take some credit in the fact that we have brought forward this legislation at this time to address the very serious problem he is concerned about. In terms of the question of the bill taking effect, I think he also raises some very good questions there, and it is a legitimate concern. We, of course, always receive advice from the Chief Electoral Officer and others on the time that they need to implement legislation. We, of course, on this side would like to see it brought into place as quickly as possible. We have to look at the practicalities of how to manage those things, but it may well be that the member for Winnipeg Centre has raised a very good point, and there will certainly be an opportunity after second reading to test the actual practicalities of implementation at committee, to potentially call the Chief Electoral Officer, who I might add recommended that we bring in this kind of change as well. It has been a recommendation of the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada. And to test whether it is practical to come up with an implementation take effect date that is sooner. Certainly on this side of the House and the government, we're very open to that possibility if it can be done.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to my colleague opposite, and obviously the remarks that were made, I found them relevant, and I think the government should take those into consideration at second reading. But I have a question, because I was a lawyer, I practiced law over the past 25 years. As long as you're going to make good amendments, and we know the Conservatives were in a rush, they wanted to pass C2, and now they're coming back with another bill to amend because some small items were forgotten. As long as you're at it, as long as you're dealing with these small oversights, I have a question. In the Accountability Act, C2, whistleblowers were to have access to legal counsel, but there was a limit of $1,500 that a whistleblower would be entitled to. Listen, when it comes to legal fees, everyone knows, I think the government's aware of this, $1,500, with all due respect to members of the bar, that would be, if you had to spend 10 hours working on a whistleblower file, which would be a very complex file, very often there are significant ramifications. We're wondering, and my question for my honourable colleague is, wouldn't it be appropriate to think about that now and perhaps increase, maybe add a zero to that figure, 15,000? That might be adequate under the circumstances.
Democratic Reform.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Bloc Québécois member, for his question. It's a very good question, very interesting question, but I think that's a question for the President of the Treasury Board. That's the minister responsible for this issue and for that bill, the Accountability Act.
However, that and we'd be happy to hear from him in question period on that and pursue that matter. But we believe that if we have this structure in place with regard to loans financing for political campaigns, we will have gone some distance to strengthen the provisions of the Accountability Act previously and to deal with some of these problems that were not foreseen entirely, foreseen perhaps by the member for Winnipeg Centre, but not entirely foreseen by all. And the Liberal leadership of campaign, of course, helped to shine a spotlight on that for the rest of us in terms of the danger of the loophole that existed. This is the nature of legislation in our country. It's an evolving thing. The best thinkers and the best minds don't always do a perfect job, and this is a good example of where government has seen a flaw, seen a gap, and we're moving quickly to correct that gap and take action. That is the nature of our government, particularly on the critically important issues of accountability.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today on behalf of the Liberal opposition and address Bill C-43. I must say at the outset, Mr. Speaker, that the Government House Leader wasn't able to or willing to answer my question earlier about the disclosure of the Prime Minister's leadership funding and funders in 2002. He didn't address that topic, and I think that this House needs to know that, and particularly in relationship to the comments that the Government House Leader made about the open disclosure of all loans, of all lenders, and all amounts by the Liberal leadership contenders last year. Clearly, they were acting beyond what the Canada Elections Act required, in good faith, in full disclosure, and everybody knows what's going on there and the rules that apply to it. Now, the Prime Minister, in bringing forth this legislation, I think he and the Government House Leader suggests that he is on the road somehow to Damascus, leading this House in some epiphany and in terms of loans and the way they're treated. I think perhaps, Mr. Speaker, he got waylaid, he got misled, he got turned around, and he's actually on the road to perdition. Because this, of course, has a perverse consequence, this Act. It's a non-accountability Act. Again, Mr. Speaker, it's Orwellian in many of the impacts that it will have. And I'll take some time to explain exactly why this will make democracy weaker in many ways in our country if it goes ahead as it's stated, as it's written, without amendment. The Liberal Party is certainly very much in favour of transparency and accountability, and will be looking towards a bill that properly and effectively tightens up, wherever it might be necessary, the application and the use of loans in political financing in this country. But we will certainly also want to ensure that as this bill goes forward, that proper amendments are made so that it does not, whether consciously or unconsciously, create a barrier to entry to the political process for those who do not have access to funds, or friends who have access to funds, or institutions, financial institutions, who reflect their willingness to give loans because they realize that these people already have money, or they have people who will sign for them and back them up with money. So we've got to be very careful that this is not a barrier, Mr. Speaker. But let me go back to January of 2004, when the former Liberal government brought in the most dramatic changes to electoral financing in this country's history with Bill C-24, Mr. Speaker, and indeed perhaps a more dramatic change than had happened in any democratic jurisdiction in the world. And that reduced, of course, the union and corporation donation limits per year to merely $1,000, almost meaningless when we're talking about a nation this size, and to suggest that a $1,000 donation by a corporation across this country in an electoral process could buy favor is to be beyond imagination, Mr. Speaker. But in any case, we effectively took that out and left the donations at a $5,000 level to members of the public, individual members of the public, which of course are the basic building block, the basic unit of democracy, and that's where it should be. And that was an extremely important step, a dramatic step in the political history of this country. It also did some other things, Mr. Speaker. It introduced an aspect of proportional representation, which I know many members of this House and all parties are interested in seeing us proceed with consultations and consideration of. But because when the private money was taken out to such a dramatic degree, that bill, Bill C-24, provided for public funding of electoral processes by providing $1.75 for every vote that any party got in the general election nationwide. And that allowed, Mr. Speaker, for a proportionality which corrected some of the difficulties with the first-past-the-post process, where often the number of seats in this House that are achieved by a party bear very little relation to the proportion of the vote that they got. So, as an example, Mr. Speaker, the Green Party got 600,000 votes in the last election, and under that provision, they received over $1 million, which allows them to express the views of the people who voted for them through the financing of their political activity, although not yet representation across the country. That's a first tentative but important step, and it was part of that groundbreaking electoral finance legislation. Now, let me just say for a minute, Mr. Speaker, correct perhaps an impression that the Government House Leader, a perception that he gave that was incorrect in suggesting that there are no rules now governing loans and the disclosure of loans. In fact, the current statutory provisions require the disclosure of all loans. They require the disclosure of the lenders and the guarantors of those loans. Another misconception, Mr. Speaker, is that there are no consequences if these loans can just be written off. Well, in fact, there are consequences. Those loans must be repaid within an 18-month period, or they fall under the political contribution rules, which are very, very strict. So they are not, it's not a way to have money given. It's money loaned for a period during an electoral process, either a leadership process, as was involved last year with the Liberal leadership, or perhaps a nomination process where someone doesn't have access to party funds or riding association funds. If they weren't able to take a loan, that might well be a barrier to entry into the political process for people who weren't of independent means. So there are consequences, Mr. Speaker. Those must be converted, and that's an important aspect to it. Now, who owns the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker? The Government House Leader raised the issue of the Liberal leadership candidates and the influence of big money, but we still haven't had an answer of who financed the leadership bid of the Prime Minister in 2002. Now, why do we want to know that? Well, of course we want to know that for the very reason that the government suggests we need this bill, which in fact we already have provisions in the Canada Election Act that cover both disclosure of loans and repayment of loans, and consequences if you don't. But in any event, why do we want to know? It's an immensely important question. Absolutely. Is it U.S. gun lobby? Is it big oil? Who made those contributions to the Prime Minister's leadership race in 2002? And I think we are going to come back to that, Mr. Speaker, until we get a proper answer, until the Canadian people get a proper answer. These are important issues. Now, let me just talk about the name of this act, the Accountability with Respect to Loans Act. Mr. Speaker, it could be called the New Conservative Bank of Canada Act, because it's big money that's actually going to get more influence because of the way this act is written currently. And we will be seeking amendments to make sure that it does not simply limit the influence that can be exerted to those with money who have access to big money. And let me tell you why, Mr. Speaker. Here we have financial institutions are the only ones who can make loans to individuals. So we've got somebody who may be from a disadvantaged group or an underrepresented group who has not been in politics before, who seeks a nomination in a riding. That person doesn't have independent wealth. They don't have a riding association yet to look to loan them funds, as is allowable under this bill. They don't have, perhaps, creditworthiness to go to a bank. So what does that person do? They're left out. They simply cannot effectively, with the limits under this, there's a barrier to entry into the nomination process. If we look at the Liberal leadership process that went for 9 months of fulsome discussion and debates across this country, presenting 11 candidates for scrutiny by the public in a highly open and democratic process, those were expensive. You can't do that in a country the size of Canada without having some funds to expend for it. Now, those should be, of course, under rules, and there are rules. There may be some tightening up that this bill can do, and that's fine. But to say that people taking out loans so that they can exercise their right to take part in a democratic electoral process for leadership, for nomination, is just going down the wrong road. In fact, this act, this bill, as it's written, does not, as C-24 previously did, was to take out corporate money and put in public money that was properly and evenly distributed according to the proportion of the vote that was achieved by each party that ran candidates. But this cuts out the public and brings in the big money. Who can get a loan from a bank, from a financial institution? Well, it's someone with a lot of money to put up as, or property to put up as collateral, or someone to co-sign or support the loan. Those are people of influence and money. So this is letting the money in. It's not keeping the money out. And that's what we'll have to see, and I look forward to working with members of the Bloc and the NDP and the government to see if we can get some amendments so that we don't create a barrier to entry for people who have no means and are not yet part of the political process. So that transparency is immensely important. We have an organization which all members of the House will be well aware of, knowledgeable about, and that's Equal Voice, which seeks to encourage women to enter the political process, and so that we can rise above the deplorable disproportion of men to women in this House of Commons. 20% representation by women. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the official opposition, the leader of the Liberal Party, has pledged that in the next election the Liberal Party will put forth that 1/3 of the candidates will be women. Gesundheit, Mr. Speaker. And we are well on the way in the nomination process to achieving that, and that's I think a demonstrative move to try and get some proportion into this House, proper proportion of gender equity. Well, Equal Voice, representing all parties, all people across the political spectrum, I'm sure they will be very interested to come and talk to, if this goes to committee, to talk to the committee and give evidence, as will many other groups who represent disadvantaged or underrepresented sectors of this society, will want to come and give their evidence on it. And I hope we will take instruction from them as to how, perhaps unintentionally, but the unavoidable consequence of this will be to exert more power, not less, in those who have access to large amounts of funds. So, Mr. Speaker, this new Conservative Bank of Canada Act is interesting. It may tighten up the rules a little bit. It's not so that the Canada Elections Act now does not require loans to be repaid or be converted into contributions under the rules, very restrictive rules. It is not so that contributors, lenders, co-signers do not have to be disclosed for political loans. They do have to be. I'm as anxious as anyone else in this House to see that process isn't abused, and if we can tighten it up, all the better. But we've got to make sure that there is no unintended consequence of creating barriers to disadvantaged and underrepresented groups. Now, the Government House Leader took some time to describe a number of what were called democratic reform bills or statutes in this House that the Conservative government has brought forward, and I think it's worth talking about a few of those. 1C2, of course, the Accountability Act that members of this House and committee in the House spent a great deal of time on, and members of the Senate spent a great deal of time on. In fact, unencumbered by a set deadline that was forced on the House committee in the House, the Senate put forward dozens and dozens and dozens of amendments through their careful review of that act, even under the constant shrill criticism of the government that they were slowing things down. Mr. Speaker, slowing things down, we had royal assent given on December 15th, 2006 of the Accountability Act, and still, here we are, almost 5 months later, and one of the central parts of that act, which was the Appointments Commission, which was amendments by the NDP, sharpened up. We had two choices. The Liberal opposition put forward amendments. The NDP put forward amendments. Both of them would have been effective, will be effective, as it was finally passed. But all these months later, all of these appointments later, dozens and dozens and dozens of appointments, and we still don't have the Appointments Commission, which was one of the key things that was said by the government to be so important about the Accountability Act. We don't even have a commission. So we continue without the proper controls, as we had suggested, that the Public Service Commission take over that role that there be amendments to its mandate to be able to apply the same rules and the same criteria and the same competitive process and objective criteria that is used in the public service for any order and council appointments. But we still don't have that, Mr. Speaker, and I'd be very interested to hear from the government when they are going to proceed with that important part of C2, which there were so many complaints about it being delayed, when in fact there were a very, very large number of responsible, thoughtful, careful amendments suggested by the Senate and actually passed into law. Now, C16, fixed dates, yes, we certainly supported that on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. In terms of delay, there was no delay. There was careful consideration in the Senate. There was a thoughtful amendment put forward. We brought it to this House. It was brought back to this House with that amendment. We on this side, Mr. Speaker, offered the government before the Easter recess to pass that through all processes in this House back to the Senate and hopefully to the for royal assent in the day before we broke. And that was rejected. We would have needed unanimous consent and didn't get it from the government, Mr. Speaker. Now, C43, the government House leader mentioned, which is, of course, this not Senate Elections Act. It's a consultation act with provincial elections. And the problem with it, of course, Mr. Speaker, and it's being put forward as a great democratic reform, and I know that all members of this House, I think, believe that, as probably I would think all members of the other place, Mr. Speaker, believe that the Senate needs reform in terms of becoming a fully democratic legislative chamber, and we should all work towards that. But this, Mr. Speaker, is going at it piecemeal, and we get criticisms of not of trying to block the incremental reform of the Senate. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that it all fits together, and it must be dealt with at once. There are three critical aspects of the Senate that have to be considered together. One, of course, is the selection process, which could include elections. It could involve terms, the term limits suggested in S4. That's one aspect. Another aspect is the mandate. Well, how does the mandate in the future, how will it relate to the mandate of the House of Commons? Will it be a mere legislative body with the same electoral validity that will then lead to gridlock? Well, what we have to do, Mr. Speaker, as we deal with that area of comprehensive reform is to have some kind of dispute resolution mechanism whenever the legislative powers mirror each other in the House and the other place. And then, of course, we've got the distribution, Mr. Speaker, and we can't do anything else with the Senate until we work out the distribution. And it's amazing to me, Mr. Speaker, for the Prime Minister and for all members of the government that would consider doing something with to give a greater validity, greater power to the Senate without fixing the very, very unfair, unequitable distribution of seats to Western Canada, and particularly to British Columbia and Alberta. So for all of us from British Columbia and Alberta, it's extraordinary that we might think of increasing the power of that body without fixing the horrible lack of fair distribution to Western Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, Bert Brown, who's been mentioned in this House by the Prime Minister as being the senator in waiting to be appointed by the Prime Minister sometime this summer, he has played, of course, a very important role in the political life of Canada. But he didn't play that role, Mr. Speaker, by plowing one E into his, and I've heard it said variously whether it's a barley field or a wheat field, but he plowed 3 E's in. And to try and deal with just one E at once in a piecemeal, incremental, as the Prime Minister says, way is not certainly in the favor of Alberta, where that fine gentleman comes from, nor is it responsible reform in the comprehensive way that we need to properly bring the Senate into the modern age of a democratic legislative chamber. And so we've got to work together to do that, Mr. Speaker. And we often hear the ghosts of Meach, the ghosts of Charlottetown. We can't go near the Constitution because, my goodness, we might just all get distracted and not be able to do anything else in this country and we'll never get anywhere. Well, Mr. Speaker, just thank goodness the Fathers of Confederation were not so shy about dealing with this Constitution, and we should take on that responsibility ourselves. Thank you.
Bravo. Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make a point for a moment. I'm having trouble hearing the member opposite because of some noise in the background. I wonder if it's possible to ask whatever event is going on behind you, Mr. Speaker, to shut off their microphones. But thank you. I want to thank the honourable member. I have nothing but the greatest of respect, and I understand the member is not going to be running in the next election. I think that's a great loss for this House. However, I think that I would like to ask the member if he doesn't see the purpose to this bill. And I'll just use an example without mentioning names. One of the leadership, the runners in the past Liberal Leadership Convention actually raised almost $800,000 from one individual, and he got that money through a loan. Now, the rules suggest that you can raise a maximum of $1,000. If that member had 800 donors giving him $1,000, that would represent a much greater amount of people, and hence, in my view, democracy would have played out. But what we're trying to avoid in this bill, Mr. Speaker, is whereby that member, for example, can go to the bank and ask for $800,000. That loan is guaranteed by an individual. After the member lost the thing, and I'm not sure whether he did or he didn't, but what we're trying to avoid is that the member then declines to pay the bank back. The bank then goes to the other individual and calls in the loan. And as we see that, that is clearly one individual paying $800,000 to a bank, which is skirting around the contribution limits by Elections Canada. Now, I wish, frankly, that kind of creative intelligence was used to solve the problems in Canada, not used to skirt the law. So does the member not see that that singular advantage to simply saying, look, the rules are $1,000, and you can create all these little creative things you want, but the fact is that skirts the intent of the law. And so we have to play catch-up and make these laws. But does the member not agree that it would be much more advantageous to just play by the rules? The full intent of the law is that you can only contribute $1,000, and simply, borrowing through the bank and sneaking it so you're paying the bank, not the member, that's just creative thinking. That's skirting the law.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
The member for his kind comments and his question. In fact, Bill C-54 allows for exactly what the member has described. If someone had someone who would guarantee the loan, or have his own property and resources to go to the bank and say, I want to borrow $800,000 against this, then this Bill 54 allows that. Just as, of course it does, financial institutions can make loans, but they have to be, as in the situation now, and with the leadership candidates for the Liberal leadership, any of those who took out loans, and they all did one extent or another because this is a big country and it was a long process, and of course you have to have some financing for it, those loans have to be converted within 18 months into contributions under the current limits, which under the Accountability Act are $1,100. So every one of those leadership candidates has the responsibility now, and we know that they are out doing this, of raising money under the rules of the Accountability Act to convert that loan. So the member makes a very good point, and that's exactly what those people are committed to and required to do at this stage. So I think as we look at this act together, this bill together, if we can identify areas of abuse that might happen, then we should work together to amend to fix them and plug them. But those leadership candidates are under that condition and that requirement now, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Pardon me,
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Speaker.
I had not heard that you gave me the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to what my colleague opposite, the Conservative colleague, very carefully, as well as the response by my Liberal colleague. And now I must admit here, I'm having a bit of trouble with this. I have some trouble with the answer by my colleague, not the Conservative for once. His question, after going through various detours, it was kind of complicated, but nevertheless, I have a question here for my colleague. Doesn't he think that this legislation is a little deviated? I find it interesting, whoever came up with this. I'm a lawyer. I think it's quite brilliant, really, but somebody who borrows $100,000, let's say, from one of his friends who owns a corporation, and he's in a leadership race and he doesn't get elected, or let's say he does get elected leader. He borrowed $100,000 here, $200,000 there. Let's say he owes about $800,000. He decides he's not going to pay it back. And they go back to whoever loaned the money. So don't you find that this is a bit of a conflict of interest? Because those creditors, this new leader will have to be accountable to those creditors if he's a potential prime minister. Don't you feel that the Conservative amendment is appropriate because it removes this whole appearance of conflict of interest that...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for his question. And it is a confusing area, and I think we have to maneuver through it quite carefully. The point is that if there is a guarantor to the financial institution, in this under Bill C-54, if there's a guarantor for a loan of $100,000 from a financial institution to a leadership contestant, and that money is not repaid, and the bank goes to the guarantor, that doesn't absolve the contestant, the leadership contestant, from having to obey the election contribution laws. And in my understanding of it, and I would like this to be part of the debate, is that there would still be the obligation on the political contestant to convert that money that he spent or she spent during the leadership process or nomination process or whatever, would have to convert that within 18 months to something that fits within the Accountability Act. In this case, individual contributions of $1,100. So I don't think, and I'm very concerned if I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong, that the political actor is not absolved from responsibility to convert that loan into contributions within the set limits. I think that's true now, let alone under this new bill.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaire. The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be very quick. I listened to your the member speak. What's going on? There you go. Thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member's speech and talked about a number of issues. I appreciate the questions from the honourable member from the bloc on the particular topic. But I'm not absolutely clear. The member talked about, well, some of the things in here are in the right direction, might take some amendments and so on and so forth. And I like to be clear, and I think the Canadians like to be clear. I think the honourable members read the bill, what we're trying to do. I can't figure out whether the Liberals are interested in supporting this in principle and sending it to committee for further amendments or not. And I would like an answer to that question. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, thank you. The answer for that question will come on the vote at second reading, of course. And I'm sure the honourable member wouldn't be suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that we forego the debate, that debates are irrelevant, that none of us would change our minds or think or accept new information during the debate. This debate we take very seriously. I think we will all listen very carefully to each other in this House, and we will make that decision known once we've got more information through debate. But I can say, Mr. Speaker, that the official opposition is very supportive of accountability and transparency in the election loan aspect of political financing, as well as every other aspect of political financing. And I'm sure that if this bill can be approved, then it will be approved.
Resuming the debate, please do débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to speak to this bill, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, known as Bill C-54, which deals specifically with responsibility with respect to loans. I'd like to say at the outset, Mr. Speaker, that the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this bill, which seeks to counter those who would circumvent rules about political financing. We know that the purpose of this bill is to correct, if you will, or make certain things more specific that are not found in a previous bill, C2. You will recall that C2, that the government tabled as its master work, the very foundations of its intent to make politics and political party financing more sound, and I would say even governance more specifically. C2 had certain loopholes or flaws, if you will, which must be corrected. Among other things, C2 introduced new ceilings for political contributions and provided for the fact that an individual could contribute a maximum of $1,100 to a party or candidate. It also set out that there could not be contributions from unions or corporations. So it was still possible, however, unbelievable though it may seem, it was still possible to circumvent those ceilings by using personal loans. For example, it was realized that many candidates for the Liberal Party leadership contracted significant loans from individuals and financial institutions. Among others, the candidate defeated by the current leader of the official opposition, Bob Rae, who borrowed $580,000 from John Rae, the Vice President of Power Corporation. We saw that the current leader of the opposition had loans that totaled $400,000. The current deputy leader of the Liberal Party had loans to the tune of $170,000. And lastly, Gerard Kennedy borrowed $201,000. So we see here that there was a subterfuge or some subtle attempt to use loans. Thus, the candidate could get his hands on quite large amounts. The amounts I listed earlier, perhaps you could double them, but anyway, I'll unveil my source here. This is from La Presse, a newspaper, November 18, 2006. This bill also seeks to correct another problem in the Federal Accountability Act C2, because it was realized during the consideration of C2 that the Conservative government was far more interested in having its bill passed than correcting ethical problems that often undermine this government and previous governments. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that opposition parties, the media, Democracy Watch, had raised the issue and the government refused to take action. This bill corrects the problem of loans that allow a candidate to circumvent the rules on financing. Let me point out, however, and perhaps I won't have time to cover in detail these 2 points, but we don't have sufficient protection of whistleblowers and reform of the Access to Information Act. If you take a whistleblower protection, we know that Conservatives had made numerous electoral promises during the January 2006 election campaign regarding whistleblower protection, and this was not found in the Federal Accountability Act. We also saw that Alan Kotler, one of the whistleblowers at the beginning of the sponsorship scandal and Conservative candidate in the last election, was not very generous towards C2. I think that Alan Kotler is an ally of the Conservatives, but he said that the provisions on whistleblower protection in C2 were far from perfect and had problems that required remedial action. Now, with regard to the Access to Information Act, another deficiency in C2 is this. On April 5, 2005, the Liberal government had tabled a discussion paper regarding reform of access to information. That document had been decried by all observers, including the Conservative Party. In addition to doubling the administrative fees required of citizens for access to information, the bill tabled by the member for La Salle-Mare, former Prime Minister, maintained all the exceptions provided for in the Act. So it was realized that the Liberal Party did not manage to come up with valid reform of access to information in 13 years in power. The Conservative Party, as we will recall, had made great promises. They were passing themselves off as political virgins. They had promised to reform the Access to Information Act during the election campaign. I refer you to what was said at the time. A Conservative government will apply the recommendations of the Access to Information Commissioner on reform of the Access to Information legislation. Now, unquote, Mr. Speaker, we're still waiting for that reform. The truth, Mr. Speaker, we see it in many different cases. In this particular case, as in many other cases, the Liberals and the Conservatives, once in power, are Tweedledum and Tweedledee. When the Conservatives are in opposition, they denounce the Liberals. They render their garment about all kinds of ethical issues and governance. And once they get a chance to grab power, it's, they have both their hands in the candy dish, as my grandmother used to say. The Access to Information Commissioner recently stated that this is a reflex of all governments and said, the reason why we have to take action and not conduct further studies is that governments continue to be dubious about the Access to Information Act and the surveillance or monitoring of the Commissioner and try to avoid it. This bill has 4 major parts. First of all, it sets out a uniform and transparent disclosure system for all loans given to political entities, disclosure of the modalities of the loan, identity of guarantors and lenders. The second amendment of this bill is that it would be forbidden for unions and corporations not only to make contributions pursuant to the FAA, but also to loan money. The third thing is that loans from an individual could not exceed the FAA limits, that is $1,100 for 2007. And the fourth part of this bill, only financial institutions with commercial interest rates and other political entities could lend a higher amount. The provisions about unreimbursed loans would be enforced so that candidates can not avoid their obligations. Riding associations would be responsible for loans that are not reimbursed by their candidate. Now, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I must point out that the Conservative Party, even though it is the party to which you belong, but you sit in that chair as the guardian of democracy, responsible for the proceedings here, and I think that even though you can't say so, I'm looking at you in the eye, and I know that you cannot corroborate, you cannot say anything. Your role as Speaker prevents you from openly agreeing with what I'm saying, but I still feel that you're a responsible member of Parliament. I'm convinced that you would agree with me that the Conservative Party is not the party of transparency. In a scant few months, it's accumulated a track record that shows an absence of political will to observe the rules in place and to put an end to what Judge Gomery called the culture of entitlement. It seems to be that one is hypnotized by power somehow. One thinks that the amounts of money given to us belong to us personally. You start to think when you're in power that it's your own money. It's as if I was managing my own business somehow. And I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but that money given to us as managers, if you will, depositors of taxes paid by citizens, that belongs above all to the taxpayers who pay those taxes, who are fed up with paying taxes. In Quebec, we had to file our income tax returns by May 1st. We were to send this to the federal and provincial governments in our case. I'm convinced that most of the people who are listening to us are fed up with paying taxes. They feel they are paying far too much for the services they receive. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, that means that we must manage things openly in a transparent manner when it comes to public funds. Money paid by taxpayers. That's what Mr. Justice Gomery was saying when he denounced the sponsorship scandal that happened in the Liberal Party. That we have to eliminate that culture of entitlement. I'm in government, I'm allowed to do whatever I want, I don't give a darn about the people. Well, that's not how things should work, Mr. Speaker. There's a principle that says when you're in a glass house, you shouldn't throw stones. Let me point out that the Conservative government, led by the current Prime Minister, he himself admitted in December 2006 that he did not disclose the hundreds of thousands of dollars he received to the Chief Electoral Officer because he thought these were registration fees from delegates who paid this to attend the Conservative Party convention. The party was forced to calculate registration fees as donations. And the report indicates that the party discovered that 3 delegates, including the Prime Minister himself, had exceeded their annual limit of $5,400 to the party. Therefore, the Conservative Party was forced to reimburse $456 to the Prime Minister and 2 other delegates. So, another thing, Mr. Speaker. This government criticized and denounced the lobby culture that surrounded the management of the Liberal Party. Of course, that in and of itself is a good thing that should be criticized. We must recognize that when the Conservative Party was in opposition with us, it did denounce that culture of enriching lobbyists and being more sensitive to lobbyists, professional lobbyists, than citizens. So we agreed with our Conservative colleagues when they were in opposition on that point. But once they came to power, they started doing the same thing. Two little examples I can give you here. The current Minister of National Defense, who's become, I don't know exactly what happened, following opposition questions about Afghanistan, about Taliban prisoners who were mistreated and tortured, all of a sudden, he's become totally silent. It seems he's speechless. So, you know, sometimes laryngitis lasts a few days. There's good drugs on the market to cure that, and eventually you get over it. But now, he's lost his voice completely. This has been the case now for over 3 weeks. That's quite worrisome, Mr. Speaker. We're wondering what's happening to the Minister of National Defense. Why doesn't he want to respond to our questions?
If he can't do his job as Defense Minister any longer, the Prime Minister should seriously contemplate replacing him, because he's a completely useless member. One might question the Prime Minister's choice when he appointed the Defense Minister, who's an ex-lobbyist for defense, when he was lobbying for over 10 years for the largest arms supplier and our largest arms suppliers like BAE Systems, Litton, General Dynamics, and so on, the largest military suppliers. And he's now responsible for awarding $20 billion worth of arms contracts, defense contracts. Remember, they went to Fredericton and announced aircraft in Fredericton. They came to Valcartier and announced jeeps. They went to Ontario and announced other things. They went to Alberta or Manitoba, I don't remember exactly. Anyway, they did a lot of shopping outside the House of Commons. As if by coincidence, they waited for the House of Commons to be on summer recess, and then they did this big cross-country military equipment tour. But he's also Defense Minister, and over $20 billion in defense contracts have been awarded. What assurance do we have that the silent Defense Minister is concerned about taxpayers' interests instead of those of his former clients? I think the answer is obvious. It's a good question. The Prime Minister also made the lobbyist Sandra Buckler his Director of Communications. Once again, you know, with the whole saga of Royal LePage, there was a devastating report from the Auditor General, and it turns out that in 2005, Ms. Buckler, as a lobbyist, met with members of the Public Accounts Committee, and they had serious doubts about how Royal LePage, how public money was being managed with Royal LePage, and the Prime Minister appointed her Director of Communications. So one might ask, when it comes to the Royal LePage accommodations service, which interests took precedence, Miss Buckler's or taxpayers? I could also raise the issue of contracts to friends of the regime. The Conservative government awarded a communications contract to Marie-Josée Lapointe, who was part of the Prime Minister's transition team, and so on. Partisan appointments, the ideological-based appointments to the bench and so on. So there's a lot to say, but unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I see you're on the verge of, you're giving me a signal that I have about a minute left. So unfortunately, I'll have to wrap up unless I get unanimous consent to talk until the House adjourns, or until the vote, rather. But I think my NDP colleague has to take the floor, so I won't bother. But by way of conclusion, Mr. Speaker, yes, the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this bill, but I think the government should think seriously about some of the gaping holes still to be found despite Bill C-2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East, Afghanistan. The Honourable Member for Gatineau, official languages. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention by the member opposite on the topic that we're here to discuss, the accountability with respect to loans. Now, if somebody had been tuning in and listening, they may not, if he were halfway through his 20 minutes, the member's 20 minutes, would have not really a clue what the bill that we're debating in, because he got on other tangents, which is he, and as any member is entitled to do. But I would like to bring us back to the discussion. And really the bill that we're debating today deals with loans for those running for office. And it's really fourfold, Mr. Speaker. It establishes a uniform and more transparent reporting regime for all loans to political parties, associations, and candidates. Unions and corporations will now be banned from making loans to political parties, associations, and candidates, consistent with their inability with the Federal Accountability Act. Total loans, guarantees, and contributions by individuals cannot exceed the annual limit. Right now, in 2007, it's $1,100. And only financial institutions can give loans at commercial interest rates to political parties. And the rules of treatment of unpaid loans will be tightened to ensure candidates can't walk away from unpaid loans. And the actual riding associations will be responsible. So that's really what we're debating here today. And I know my colleague from the bloc started out talking about that. And I just wanted to be on the record to make sure that people watching at home or listening may understand what we were talking about today. And I want to confirm that the bloc is supportive of those four principles or those four changes. And is there anything in there that they're not supporting? Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that the Bloc Québécois is in favour of the bill in principle, but I feel like saying to my colleague, Mr. Speaker, that the whole approach of this government with respect to ethics and transparency could be described as an incomplete symphony. People may pat themselves on the back for doing this, that, and the other thing. They made some corrections with C2. You can say things like that, but I'd like my colleague to be aware, Mr. Speaker, if you'll allow, that not only is it an incomplete symphony, there are still gaping holes in terms of protecting whistleblowers. And Alan Cutler says so himself. Alan Cutler, who was a candidate, I believe, for the Conservatives, he was the first whistleblower. He stood up and blew the lid on that problem. So one would expect this government to have provisions to protect whistleblowers, and also one would expect a genuine reform of the Access to Information Act, as the Access to Information Commissioner has called for. If he wants me to repeat it again, Mr. Speaker, yes, the Bloc Québécois agrees in principle with Bill C-54, which aims to control loans. Yes, there were inappropriate things done in the last Liberal leadership race. Yes, we agree. But the Conservatives will also have to look at their own House and reconsider some things.
Commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Brossard. Brossard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Montmorency Charlevoix Haute-Côte-Nord for his speech on C-54. I'd like him to comment on what the House leader said to the papers when he said, "My government does not intend to table retroactive legislation." Wouldn't it be appropriate to have retroactive legislation in this case? The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix Haute-Côte-Nord. That's a serious question, Mr. Speaker. A serious question from a serious member who does good work, unlike the question from a member of the Conservative Party to a minister. This is not a planted question. It's not something I foresaw. He's in my party, and he didn't send that question to me in advance. For people watching, for people in the galleries who watch Question Period, they should understand that when a Conservative member asks a minister a question, the minister already knows that there's a question coming. And often the minister reads the answer. That's what we call, back home, we call that orchestrated or choreographed. So the answer to the question is yes, there should be a retroactive review of what's gone on in the past, because that would confirm that the past should not be approved of. Things were done, maybe they weren't appropriate, but since they weren't illegal, they were allowed, they were tolerated. That should be something that should be seriously contemplated. My member for Brossard-La Prairie is an excellent MP. He's very active in his riding, and that's the kind of comments I've heard, and he rightly raises this very good question.
Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And no, it's not a prepared question. And I find it interesting that the bloc member brought up the prepared question and question period. Something they'll never experience, because as we know, the bloc will never form the government of this country. They're not interested in being part of this country, and I'm not sure exactly why they're here. And the other part that I would like to comment on is that I happen to be on the Ethics, Access to Information and Privacy Committee, and since my colleague brought it up, when we tabled the Accountability Act in this House, we also tabled the Open Government Act proposal, which is an act that was proposed by the former Information Commissioner, and a response paper that goes along with it. That was referred to our committee, and it was the bloc members who said to our minister that, no, we don't want to deal with that. That the issue is that we want you to go away and do something. Even though this House has committed a piece of potential legislation, or at least a framework for one, to that committee for their review. But it was bloc members who led the charge to not to deal with that at that time. So, based on his response earlier today, does he feel that his members of his party should change their position on the Ethics Committee and move to review the Open Government Act that had been provided to us?
The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix Haute-Côte-Nord. Mr. Speaker, I would answer with a typical answer that we often get from the government leader. Committees are masters of their own business. If members of the committee want to review their position, that's up to them. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll try to say very calmly to the member who was wondering what the bloc is doing here in the House. The bloc is here quite simply because there are citizens who've asked us to represent them. Citizens of Quebec felt that the only party that could truly defend Quebec's interests was the Bloc Québécois. The member should be careful. I don't question the democratic choice made by people in Burlington in his riding. He won democratically. And the same thing goes for the 51 members of the Bloc Québécois here in the House. And the member has no business lecturing anyone on democracy. There are members of the Bloc Québécois here in the House because the Bloc Québécois recognizes that it's important, and Quebecers recognize that it's important, to have people genuinely defending their interests here. You're in office, and people say, thank God the Conservatives are a minority. If ever they were a majority, what would be happening with the war in Afghanistan? What about the environment with all your prejudices and your favorable treatment of the oil sands and the oil companies? So don't lecture us. You have nothing to tell us about democracy. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I should begin my comments on this bill, C-54, by recognizing and paying tribute to the former leader of the New Democratic Party, who most recently sat in the riding of Ottawa Centre, because it was he who blew the whistle on this fact that the campaign or the political donation regime in this country left a loophole that was so outrageous it was bound to be exploited and abused. Mr. Broadbent had the sense to recognize that even though they had reduced the amounts of money that you can donate to a political campaign or to a political party, by allowing these huge loans, which never really have to be paid back, the exploitation, it was obvious that somebody with a lack of ethical standards would take advantage of that loophole and would begin to act as if there were no, in fact, financial limitations. So I recognize Mr. Broadbent for raising this issue for us in his ethics package. I'm gratified today that we're dealing with a bill in the House of Commons that will close this last remaining loophole, or one of the most serious loopholes in our election financing laws. Because, Mr. Speaker, we start with the basic premise that nobody should be able to buy an election in this country, or a politician for that matter. And when you're dealing with such massive amounts of money, the point that was made by the House Leader of the government, you're going to owe somebody a great deal, and you're going to owe them an obligation, a debt, and it's not healthy for the interests of democracy to have some corporate sponsor pulling the strings of politicians through this enormous debt of gratitude that they owe them. That's the fundamental principle here, Mr. Speaker, and that's the direction that we believe that we needed to go. Now, these loans were a loophole that simply had to be plugged. The most egregious example, I suppose, what really caught the public's imagination was during the Liberal leadership campaign. Even though businesses and unions were not allowed to donate a single dollar, they could loan tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, if you will. Individuals could loan far in excess what they were allowed to donate. And then through the very loosey-goosey standards and rules that exist in terms of the repayment of those loans, if the loan wasn't paid back within 18 months, it was deemed to be a donation, albeit an illegal donation. So we allowed this contradiction to exist in our election finance regime. Some would say it was by design, that the rules put in place by the previous government to put limits on election financing left this convenient loophole there, knowing full well their people would stumble upon it and seize on it and use it. The other example that turned people's heads and simply sounded the alarm that this had to be addressed was the member for Mississauga-Streetsville, who, even though a business is not allowed to donate anything and a union is not allowed to donate anything, his business loaned the Mississauga-Streetsville Riding Association, I believe it was $176,000 in one loan and another $60,000 in another loan. Now, how can that be, Mr. Speaker? It's just a contradiction that we've allowed to evolve, because if that loan isn't paid back within the 18 months, it's deemed to be a donation, and then we will have allowed a business to make a donation, which is not allowed to at all, and a donation in the amount of $250,000, which is clearly in excess of anything contemplated when we set the donation limits for individuals at $1,100 per year. So this had to be done, Mr. Speaker, and I do take some, I suppose, recognition that we played a role in bringing this about. It was the NDP that moved this as an amendment during the Federal Accountability Act debates. But I also caution that we haven't perhaps gone as far as we could. There's two things in this bill that worry me somewhat. Even though you can't pass legislation retroactively to give us some satisfaction on the debacle of the Liberal leadership loans or the loan of the member from Mississauga-Streetsville, you can have legislation that is retrospective in nature. And we can look at ways to address these loans that drew the public's attention to this issue to make sure that there's some compliance with at least the existing regime. The second thing that I would point out that we find fault with this legislation is we can't understand for the life of us why the date of implementation will be 6 months after the bill receives royal assent. And I know my colleague, the Government House Leader, did suggest that perhaps there's a way we can speak to the Chief Electoral Officer and get garner support for the idea of a more rapid implementation date. And I would urge the government to do so because under the current, as this bill is currently drafted, it's possible we could have another federal election under the current set of rules, which allow these not leadership loans, these political loans. And I would say now that it's common knowledge that there's no law against loaning someone $100,000, even though the donation limits is only $1,100, that a lot more people will be doing it if it is allowed. And I would say it would be morally and ethically wrong to allow another federal election to take place under the current set of rules. So therefore, I would urge members when we get to committee to look favorably on the idea of a amendment that we'll be happy to put forward, that the date of implementation should be when it achieves royal assent, Mr. Speaker. And much in the same spirit, in the same vein that we looked at the Federal Accountability Act, we didn't see any reason to delay the implementation of the election financing rules associated with the Accountability Act, even though the Liberal Party urged us strenuously to delay and delay and delay because they wanted to get their leadership convention out of the way. So that's certainly one of the things that we would like to see. I heard my colleague from the Liberal Party try and find arguments against this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I have to comment, even though I don't take this remark seriously, I do give him credit for at least having the courage to stand and try and be creative to find some reason why this is a bad idea. But I do have to counter one of the arguments he made, which is completely spurious. And he suggested, in fact, that by banning these loans or putting severe limits on these loans, it would actually act as a barrier for those who do not have access to friends with money from entering into this debate. I mean, it's like arguing night is day or something, because he's absolutely 180-degree polar opposite from what the any cursory reading of the bill would tell you. In actual fact, the idea is to take big money out of politics and to take away the unfair competitive advantage that people who are well-connected currently enjoy, and to level the playing field. That was the purpose of Bill C-24 that the Liberals introduced when they first put limits on donations. The idea was get big money out of politics so that nobody can buy influence. That was certainly the argument put forward under Bill C-2 when we further reduced the donation limits to $1,100. But to argue that this is actually the inverse, it's a courageous argument. It takes a lot of guts to stand there and try and make that argument, but we cannot let that go unchallenged, Mr. Speaker, because if anything, this is a enabling measure that does level the playing field, so that all of us, if you need to borrow money to get your campaign started, have to go to a recognized lending institution, and no single person would be able to underwrite or co-sign a loan to an extent greater than they would be allowed to donate in that year. It's eminently sensible, because if there's a default on that loan and the loan becomes deemed to be a donation later on, then your donation would not be in excess of what you have been allowed to donate. It seems common sense, Mr. Speaker, to me. A further innovation and protection here is that we don't want the precedent set by Paul Hellyer and the Canadian Action Party to set the tone. in that case, he simply wrote off the debt, $800,000 debt to the Canadian Action Party. Well, we don't want to see John Ray writing off the debt to Bob Ray. We don't want to see Mr. Stefanos Mahmoud writing off the $200,000 debt that Stéphane Dion, I'm sorry, that the leader of the official opposition took in that loan. I mean, that would be fundamentally wrong, because then these guys would have made a $200,000 loan, which became a donation, which they then forgave. Talk about buying influence in a campaign. Or what about the $100,000 that Marc Delabrère loaned to the leader of the official opposition? You know, we have every reason to believe that the leader of the official opposition will probably pay back those debts, because he will have the ability to fundraise within the $1,000 limits. And because he's in a fishbowl, everybody's watching what he's going to do with his campaign debts. What about the losers in that race? I mean, we don't want, for instance, well, I used an example of John Ray, a senior executive with Power Corp, being able to simply write off and forgive the $840,000 that he loaned to his brother Bob to run in that election campaign. That would be a travesty. That would be an abuse, an absolute abuse of the election financing laws as we know them today. So in this bill, it's deemed that if the loan is not paid back in an acceptable period of time, or the time frame, in fact, negotiated between the lendor, a bank, and the borrower, or 18 months, whichever comes first, it would be the riding association and the political party of the riding association that would have to assume that debt. So that would be, Mr. Speaker, that would make sense. In fact, it would help from an equity point of view for the person borrowing the money, because they're actually borrowing the money with a guarantor of the political party that they belong to. So the bank would have some, the financial institution would have some comfort there. And you would not have to find a financial backer to co-sign that loan. In fact, you wouldn't be allowed to. If, as I have done, you needed to borrow $20,000 to get your campaign started, you would need to find 20 guarantors at $1,000 each. No one person could co-sign your loan. That's the way it should be. And if you can't find 20 people to sponsor your entry into politics, perhaps you should rethink whether you should be going into politics or not, because you're not going to get very far anyways. So I think this is eminently fair. It's covered the three conditions that we raised, the NDP raised during the Federal Accountability Act. I completely reject the Liberals' argument that there could be perverse consequences, which would in fact limit entry into politics. Again, my colleague from Quadra very cleverly planted the idea that perhaps Equal Voice would be disappointed with this initiative, as if this would somehow be a barrier for more women to enter politics. And again, the absolute inverse, I would argue, would be true, because this will level the playing field so that well-connected people with corporate sponsorship, like we saw in the Liberal leadership race, won't have a competitive advantage over a woman without those connections. Again, it levels the playing field in a way that I think Equal Voice, we haven't got any indication how they would react to this bill, but I think from what I know of them, they would support this idea. I wish we wouldn't reform the election financing regime in such a piecemeal fashion. There's a number of other things that the NDP has been calling for. One I will speak to briefly is that now that we have Bill C-16 passing very quietly and without fanfare over in the other place, it's now law, and we have fixed election dates, I believe we should have year-round spending limits. I believe now that we know it's every 4 years on a fixed date in the month of October, there should be some regulation into the amount parties can spend on advertising, not just during the writ period, but outside the writ period as well. I think that's a necessary, natural consequence of having fixed dates, Mr. Speaker. So I would look forward to some movement from the government in that regard. I also wish we had done something about the age of political donations, because I'm very critical of the idea that you can actually launder money through your children's bank accounts in a way to exceed the donation limits allowed by law. and that seems to be acceptable, in that when it happened in the Liberal leadership race and we filed complaints with the Elections Commissioner, nothing came of it. I guess if an 11-year-old wants to donate $5,000 to a political player or a candidate, nobody thinks twice. When it's twins and they both decide to donate $5,400 each to the same candidate, nobody thinks twice. And Mr. Speaker, the whole country shook their heads when they saw that, but I would like to see us have the courage to move forward and say, look, this is simply wrong. It's wrong to launder money through anybody's bank account if your purpose is to defraud the system and exceed the donation limits allowed by law. Whether it's your mother-in-law or your brother, you're not allowed to give somebody else. You're not allowed to donate the maximum yourself and then sneak a check under the table to your buddy and say, send this along to the Liberal Party for me too, will you? That's against the law, to conspire to defraud the system. Well, we're silent on that, and even when we file complaints on that, the Election Commissioner seems to be silent on it. We tried to move an amendment in Bill C-2 that said, yes, underage people can donate money, but if they do, it's deducted from the total amount that their legal guardian is allowed to donate. In other words, if a 14-year-old feels strongly enough about politics and they want to donate $100 of the money they earned at the burger joint, good, more power to them. But that means that their parents can only donate $100 less that year, their legal guardian. If you're their legal guardian for the tax advantage that you get being their guardian, you have to be their legal guardian in this era of politics until they reach legal age as well. That would have been a courageous move, and it would have cleaned up one of those embarrassing situations that we allow in our system currently. Mr. Speaker, let me speak briefly again about the outstanding issue that we're all worried about, and that is the member from Mississauga-Streetsville, who is now not a Liberal anymore, although when these loans took place he was. Now he's a Tory. I don't know how we're going to address this, but we should remind everybody, and maybe by this speech we will serve notice, that no one sweetheart can come in and bail out somebody like that. If you borrow $50,000, as many of these people did in the Liberal leadership campaign, and it's not paid back quickly, you can't pay it off yourself, the candidate, because they'd be exceeding the limit. You can't have some, as they say, guardian angel donor show up out of nowhere and bail you out. That money has to be paid back within the donation limits, or with money raised within the donation limits of the Act, which is $1,100 per year. I don't see how some of these candidates are going to do so, and the burden of proof is on them that they are going to pay it back in compliance with the law. But some of these failed leadership candidates are now raising money for the next federal election and still asking people for money to pay off the debt that they incurred. As I say, it's not that tough for the winner to pay off the debt. It's a lot tougher for the people that didn't win, for the losers. And it's got to be at $1,000, and we are watching. These people are in a fishbowl. We'll be filing complaints. And if they don't pay it back at all, and it's deemed to be a donation, then what? I'll tell you what, the current election laws, and this should be fixed too, you can take out another loan to pay off the first loan and buy yourself another 18 months. And then the debt gets lost in the sands of time, and then we have been complicit with somebody conspiring to defraud the election system, and that's the people on this list that I have right here, Mr. Speaker. Some of these Liberal leadership people might find themselves in that situation. It would be wrong, but they may be leaning that way, and our Elections Act is not tough enough to stop that from happening. I was disappointed, and in fact I was shocked to learn that that would be allowed, that you could now take out a second loan to pay off the first, buy yourself another 18 months. Who's going to be around to police whether that loan gets paid off, or now we're 3 years down the road? Could be 5 years down the road. This is really not satisfactory. So if we're serious about leveling the playing field, about taking big money out of politics, about making sure that nobody can buy an election in this country, then we've got to go all the way. I think we should put together an election finance regime that we can all be proud of. that we could be an international center of excellence. Mr. Speaker, I notice I'm running out of time. That would make me proud. I do take some pride, as I said at the beginning of my remarks, though, Mr. Speaker, that it was the former leader of our party, the Honourable Ed Broadbent, who brought this issue to light and said more or less that no further federal elections should take place until we clean up the election financing regime in this country. We tried during the Federal Accountability Act. It seemed to take a little bit longer than we thought to resonate with the ruling party, but they seem to have at least accepted the need for this now. We're critical that there will be a 6-month wait between when we reach royal assent, because we expect this to get a rough ride from the Liberal Party. I mean, let's not, not trying to state the obvious here, but if you can't raise money and you can't borrow money, you're not going to be in any hurry to see this bill pass. So we hope they don't stall it unnecessarily, but I think the government should act quickly to take that 6-month proviso out of the way, implement this as soon as we can get it through the House so that the next federal election can be run with equal opportunity for everybody and no unfair competitive advantage to those who might enjoy a corporate sponsor or a guardian angel donor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was actually trying not to smile because this is serious business here, but I do remember when we put in place the rules that you could only contribute $5,400 to a candidate, and of course then there was those creative thinkers who decided to shovel the money to their children's trust funds and get little kids to donate their money, Mr. Speaker. And then we had this issue, and I want to just ask the member, I mean, do you know how to get an $800,000 donation to your campaign? I thought this was extremely creative. How you do it, Mr. Speaker, is I get a friend of mine to co-sign a loan at the bank. The bank gives me the $800,000 as a loan, and then I renege on the loan. The bank goes back to my friend who pays the bank. So ultimately, my friend never gave me any money. I think that's creative, but I want to ask the member, I mean, that is how we skirt the law. And I want to ask the member, because I don't see this as piecemeal. I actually see this as continually chasing those creative folks who are intent on bending the rules and violating the rules. So I would agree. We got a lot of work to do on this stuff, but I suspect we're going to be doing it again in 2 years. And I just want to get confirmation by the member that he's going to support this bill wholeheartedly and continue to work with us to make sure that we're kind of ahead of these creative thinkers who want to skirt the law, not abide by it.
Great question. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you to my colleague for the question. Well, it would be morally and ethically wrong to deliberately take steps to circumvent the law. But there are those, unfortunately, who appear willing, at least in the case of the way we phrase it as shaking down children for their lunch money in the last Liberal leadership race. We were all offended by that, Mr. Speaker. The whole country was taken aback that they didn't think Canadian politics had descended to that. But whether you launder money through your children's bank account or whether you launder money through your brother-in-law's bank account or your grandmother's bank account, if you're taking steps to circumvent the law so that you can donate more than is allowed by law, that should be dealt with. I think that we should swoop down on that and make an example of somebody. And I'm disappointed how toothless the Elections Act really is. The Elections Commissioner is supposed to look into these things. But when we file complaints of that nature, they seem unable to bring charges or to really bring anybody to task. In the other context, when is a loan not a loan? Well, if it's never paid back, I guess it's a donation, And if you borrow, businesses and trade unions are not allowed to give a single dollar. And we're glad about that. Even though the NDP used to get about 18% of our total contributions from labour organizations, when the law came in, we said, absolutely, we are in support of that. Let's make it that only individuals can donate money in the elections process. So businesses and unions can't give a single penny. But the way the law was left by the Liberal government, they can lend you $100,000. They can't donate you $1, but they can lend you $100,000. They can lend you $1 million with a wink, wink, and a nudge, nudge that you don't really have to pay this back. That would be wrong. But I have a a good feeling that that's exactly what we're seeing in some situations. And now that the word is out that this is in fact legal, I'm not saying anybody did anything illegal, but now that the word is out that this can take place, I'm afraid that if we allow another election to take place without plugging this loophole, that many, many people will take advantage of it. I mean, why wouldn't you if you're that way ethically challenged?
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I've listened carefully to the member from Winnipeg Centre's comments, and I recognize him as being genuinely interested in these issues and to ensuring that our democratic process is properly financed within strict rules and that they're not broken and that they work towards the public good rather than towards some selected interests. But the member, Mr. Speaker, did toss off quite lightly my earlier comment and concern that an unintended consequence of this legislation may be that disadvantaged or otherwise underrepresented groups or individuals could, by this bill, if it's not amended, and I think we have to think carefully together how it might be, and I'd like to ask his advice on this, might be foreclosed from entering initially the political process. They don't have a riding association because they haven't been elected. They're not a candidate because they haven't won a nomination. They may be going for a nomination or going for leadership, but they don't have sufficient means to be seen as creditworthy to a financial institution. And while the expressed intention of the bill is to get money out of big money out of politics, I'm afraid that there will be some circumstances where, in fact, it's only big money that will be able to get the commercial loans at commercial rates. It'll be people with a lot of assets that can be pledged against any loans. And if it's fine to get $20,000 from 20 individual people for a nomination meeting, and that may be sufficient, a nomination contest, but it's not sufficient if you're going into a 9-month countrywide leadership event, which is very good for democracy in terms of a constant debate over that period of time with 11 different candidates being involved. So I asked the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre how he might suggest, even if and I know he said that he doesn't take it seriously, but I think it is serious, and we're going to hear at committee some expert witnesses on this from different disadvantaged or otherwise underrepresented groups about it. If he can think of some way that we might amend this legislation to prevent that situation from occurring, even if he thinks it's unlikely, I think we'll hear it's possible, and I wonder if he's got any ideas of how to make sure that barrier to entry doesn't take place as a result of this legislation. Okay.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Quadra was saying that if an individual may be disadvantaged if they aren't deemed creditworthy to the lending institution, etc. But actually, I think under this bill, seeing as the ultimate accountability is now the political party, if the loan is not paid back, it's the riding association would then be responsible, and then ultimately the political party that the individual belongs to would be responsible after 18 months. That actually creates a more level playing field and perhaps makes the person more creditworthy. In the current situation, that same individual, let's use it's an anonymous individual who doesn't have a great deal of assets and wants to get into politics, would be blown out of the water by a competitor who has a corporate backer or a corporate sponsor who may be able to loan them $100,000. That wouldn't be allowed anymore. So they would both have to go to the bank. They would both have to appeal to the bank equal footing. I don't think the bank would lend one of them $100,000 and one of them only $5,000. They'd probably be interested in looking at them both equally, because ultimately it's the political party, if either of them defaults, that would end up paying that back. So I'm not concerned, but I certainly have an open mind, and if witnesses come before the committee and make that case, perhaps there's things we can do. We're genuinely interested in seeing this bill pass, because I believe that for the in the broader context, it does address the need that we identified in terms of level the playing field.
Other questions and comments? Resuming debate. The honourable member for Etobicoke. I'm sorry. Oh, another question over there. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I sit and listen to the debate here, it occurs to me, the honourable member, in his remarks on this important topic, this whole question of making sure that the loans are in fact provided by financial institutions, for the simple reason that on the question of personal loans from individuals, the member brings up an important point. If in fact the lender was to allow the person who had borrowed the money to not repay the loan, for example, it occurs to me, Mr. Speaker, that might even set up a situation where the lender might be able to declare that bad debt as a loss, and would there be any way that he could somehow use that to reduce his own income taxes payable to the government? And I wonder, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member, through you, if he could possibly imagine such a scenario.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, briefly.
Thank you to my colleague from Simcoe. That's a very good point in that we may have this another perverse consequence, and that somebody would be getting a tax break and taking part of this whole charade, which undermines the integrity of the Elections Act. And even further perverse consequence is, if you didn't pay back the loan, should you have to put it down as income the next time you file taxes? Maybe Bob Ray would have to declare another $800,000 worth of income if he doesn't pay back the $800,000 to his brother. Loaded with problems.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe my time is quite limited, but I will try to summarize my views on this bill, C-54, which I'm very pleased to participate in this discussion today. Mr. Speaker, I guess I come at this particular issue from the point of view of transparency. I think as members of Parliament, we should disclose the sources of any funding. We should disclose the sources of any loans. But I'm not particularly excited about the limits, in fact, that have been. We started in our mandate, Bill C-24, the Elections Financing Act. In fact, I was the only member of the Liberal caucus at the time that voted against the bill at report stage, and I felt that it was wrong-footed. I understood at the time the need to restrict corporate donations, and in fact, a group of us tried to work out a compromise and limit corporate donations to $10,000, but that wasn't to be. And I have, Mr. Speaker, in my riding companies that have branch plants and operations across the country. Under the previous regime of C-24, they could donate $1,000, and now they can't even do that. And if they have branch plants, they might want to support the political process and give $250 to the MP or the candidate in a certain riding. So I think it's unfortunate that we brought in these limits for unions and business. I don't think it's appropriate. If you look at, in 1998, the banks, the Canadian banks, wanted to merge together. They were very, very anxious to do that. The banks, it's well known, provide a lot of huge donations, or used to all the political parties. And what good did it do them, Mr. Speaker? So I think the idea that corporate donations buy influence is vastly overstated. I totally believe in transparency. But my problem, Mr. Speaker, with this particular bill is that it tends to have some unintended consequences in the sense that it might preclude people who don't have access to cash to get involved in the political process, take out a loan, and the current provisions of the legislation already call for them to repay the loans, and they have to do it within the context of the loan limits, of the donation limits, and so they cannot avoid the donation rules through a loan. So I'm not sure what this new bill is all about, other than restating what's already on the books. The member for Winnipeg Centre talked about the laundering of money. I think that's a pretty strong statement. I know that our country has brought in one of the strongest anti-money laundering regimes in the world, and certainly if this was a money laundering operation, I would certainly object to it. But I know my colleague from Vancouver Quadra is the expert on this, and I know he'll be trying to improve the bill at committee, and I certainly hope that a bill comes back. When it comes back here to this place, it'll be new and improved, and then certainly be happy to have a look at it. But I think when we do legislation...
Order. I think I'll end the member's speech there, and of course he would have more time remaining. When the House returns to this particular bill, he'll have 16 minutes left to give us the benefit of his views. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-207 under private members' business. Call in the members. Order. Order. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following. Mr. Bouchard, seconded by Mr. Roy, moves that Bill C-207, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit for new graduates working in designated regions, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
My left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Second,
fifth row on my left.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Santamon.
Mr. Santamon.
Mr. Timokoski.
Timokovsky.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Rizhnevsky.
Mr. Rizhnevsky.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Dhaliwal.
Ms. Keeper.
Ms. Keeper.
Mr. Morasti.
Mr. Morasti.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy, Mountain Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Malot.
Monsieur Malot.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Monsieur Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Ratansi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Saint-Denis.
Mr. St. Dennis.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough-Guildwood.
Ms. Beaumier.
Ms. Beaumier.
Ms. Brown, Oakville.
Ms. Brown, Oakville.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Cullen, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Cullen, Etobicoke North.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Telegdi.
Mr. Telegdi.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Ménard, Marcorel Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard, Marcorel Fortin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Barbeau.
Madame Barbeau.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Coteau.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Douzième rangée.
Second row on my left.
Janice.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Monsieur Coder.
Mr. Coder.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mrs. Redmond.
Monsieur Proux.
Monsieur Proux.
Mr. Owen.
Mr. Owen.
Monsieur Thibault, West Nova.
Mr. Thibault, West Nova.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Picard.
Madame Picard.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Guimont.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
First row on my left.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Madame Marlowe.
Madame Marlowe.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Godfrey.
Mr. Godfrey.
Monsieur Crête.
Mr. Craig.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard. Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard Hochelaga.
Monsieur Gauthier.
Monsieur Gauthier.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Catherine Branger.
Fourth row on my right.
Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Troisième rangée sur ma...
Third row on my right.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Cullen, Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mrs. Matheson.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Co-Martin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
First row on my right.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. McDonough.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. Washalee-Schlise.
Ms. Wazali-Schalise.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my left. Fourth row.
Mr. Scheer.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Mr. Galipo.
Second row. First row. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row on my right.
Barry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Culkin.
Mr. Culkins.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Del Mastro.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Pallister.
Pallister.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Monsieur Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Monsieur Blany.
Monsieur Blany.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Albrecht.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Thompson, Wild Rose.
Mr. Thompson, Wild Rose.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Gallant.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Madame Verner.
Madame Verner.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mrs. Skelton.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Ms. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreutz.
Mr. Breitkreutz.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Hanger.
First row on my right.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Monsieur Cannon, Pontiac.
Cannon, Pontiac.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Solberg.
Solberg.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Lund.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
And Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
121.
Yeas pour 155, 155. Nays contre 121, 121.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
En conséquence, je crois que ce projet de loi est renvoyé.
The bill will therefore be sent to committee.
Of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Provisions on the motion at report stage of Bill C-269 under private members' business. La question est la suite.
The question is as follows. Madame Deschamps, seconded by Mr. Bouchard, moves that Bill C-269, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, improvement of the employment insurance system, as amended, be occurred in at report stage.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Fifth row to my right. To my left.
Tamon.
Mr. Saint-Amand.
Mr. Temelkovsky.
Mr. Temelkovsky.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Rezhnevsky.
Mr. Rezhnevsky.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Keeper.
Ms. Keeper.
Mr. Morasti.
Mr. Morasti.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy, Mountain Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
À ma left.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Cusner.
Cusner.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Monsieur Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Monsieur Godet.
Mr. Godet.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Mr. St. Dennis.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Ms. Beaumier.
Ms. Beaumier.
Ms. Brown, Oakville.
Ms. Brown, Oakville.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Cullen, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Cullen, Etobicoke North.
Madame Fulco.
Madame Fulco.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Telegdi.
Mr. Telegdi.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Ménard, Margaret Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard, Margaret Fortin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Barbeau.
Madame Barbeau.
Monsieur Lavallée.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Bellavance, excuse.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Bellavance. Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Coteau.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Douzième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row my right. Left.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Monsieur Coder.
Monsieur Coder.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mrs. Redmond.
Monsieur Proux.
Monsieur Proux.
Mr. Owen.
Mr. Owen.
Monsieur Thibault, West Nova.
Mr. Thibault, West Nova.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Picard.
Madame Picard.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Guimont.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
First row on my left.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Bevilacqua.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Madame Marlowe.
Madame Marlowe.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Godfrey.
Mr. Godfrey.
Monsieur Crête.
Mr. Crête.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard. Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard Hochelaga.
Monsieur Gauthier.
Monsieur Gauthier.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Fifth row on my right.
Marston.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Row on my right.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Collins, Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mrs. Matheson.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
First row on my right.
Oh, sorry. Forgot a row. First row on my right. I thought I called that.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. McDonough.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. Washalee-Shaleese.
Wazalee Shaleese.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Cinquième rangée. Quatrième rangée.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Galipeau.
Douzième rangée.
Second row.
First row on my left. All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Culkin.
Mr. Culkin.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Pallister.
Pallister.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Monsieur Petit.
Monsieur Petit.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Monsieur Blany.
Monsieur Blany.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Thompson, Wild Rose.
Mr. Thompson, Wild Rose.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mrs. Yellich.
Mrs. Yellich.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Second row on my right.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Madame Werner.
Madame Werner.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mrs. Skelton.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Ms. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, Mission.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreutz.
Mr. Breitkreutz.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Hanger.
First row on my right.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Cannon, Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon, Pontiac.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
And Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
121.
Yeas pour 155, 155. Nays contre 121, 121.
Order. Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Sera-t-il lu une troisième
When will this bill be read a third time?
séance?
At the next sitting of the House? Agreed.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions on the motion at report stage of Bill C-280 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
Question is as follows. Ms. Demers.
Lucier moves that Bill C-280, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act coming into force of sections 110, 111, and 171, be concurred in at report stage. Que tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Fifth row on my left.
Saint-Amand.
Mr. Saint-Amand.
Mr. Temelkovsky.
Temelkovsky.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Rezhnevsky.
Mr. Rezhnevsky.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Keeper.
Ms. Keeper.
Mr. Morasti.
Mr. Morasti.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Monsieur Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Madame Bonsant.
Madame Bonsant.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. St. Denis.
Mr. Saint-Denis.
Ms. Beaumier.
Ms. Beaumier.
Ms. Brown, Oakville.
Ms. Brown, Oakville.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Telegdi.
Mr. Telegdi.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Ménard. Marc-Aurèle Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard, Marc-Aurèle Fortin.
Madame Fay.
Madame Fay.
Madame Barbeau.
Madame Barbeau.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Coteau.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
William Ranger à ma gauche.
Second row on my left.
Janice.
Mr. Gargianis.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mrs. Redmond.
Monsieur Proulx.
Monsieur Proulx.
Mr. Owen.
Mr. Owen.
Monsieur Thibault, West Nova.
Thibault, West Nova.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Picard.
Madame Picard.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Guimont.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
First row on my left.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Bevilacqua.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Bennett.
Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Madame Marlot.
Madame Marlot.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Godfrey.
Mr. Godfrey.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard. Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard, Hochelaga.
Monsieur Gauthier.
Monsieur Gauthier.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Quatrième Ranger.
Fifth row.
What?
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Ranger.
Mr. Cullen. Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
First row on my right.
Ms. McDonough.
McDonough.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. Washalis.
Was Alicia Lease.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Cinquième Ranger à ma gauche.
Fifth row on my left.
À ma gauche.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Troisième Ranger.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Douzième Ranger.
Second row.
À my left.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Cinquième Ranger à ma droite.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Pallister.
Mr. Pallister.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Monsieur Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Monsieur Blany.
Mr. Blany.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Troisième Ranger à ma droite.
third row on my right.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Thompson Wild Rose.
Mr. Thompson Wild Rose.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Right.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Monsieur Bernier. Monsieur Blackburn.
Monsieur Bernier, ensuite Monsieur Blackburn.
Madame Werner.
Madame Werner.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mrs. Skelton.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Ms. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcreek.
Mr. Brightcreek.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Hanger.
First row on my right.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Monsieur Cannon, Pontiac.
Cannon, Pontiac.
Mr. Stroll.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Yeas pour 148, 148. Nays contre 121, 121.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
Declare the motion carried.
Third time at the next sitting of the House. Agreed. I think we'll just wait a minute. I'd ask honourable members to take their conversations out of the chamber because we want to proceed to private members' business. It being 6:25, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-357, standing in the name of Mr. Blais, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, Employment Insurance Account and Premium Rate Setting.
Order. Mr.
Blais, seconded by Mr. Lemay, moves that Bill C-357, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, Employment Insurance Account and Premium Rate Setting, and another act in consequence, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would say that it was great pride and honor that I rise today to table my first bill, in fact, dealing with an issue which is extremely important for the community I represent, that is the Gaspé and Magdalen Islands, and I suppose for all communities that expect dignified and honorable treatment for people who are in a bind for reasons that are purely geographic. For example, fisheries can't go on 12 months a year even if you want to. Tourism, there are also other considerations that have to be considered. Natural resources, forestry, the same situation. So those people need some kind of support, not only social support, but economic support as well. Today we're discussing the creation of an autonomous employment insurance account. Although I would say that if I'm in politics today, it's because of this issue. Because I had an opportunity to take part in various activities with people to whom I paid tribute, Gaëtan Cousineau, Mouvement Action Chômage, who for many years now has been waging a major battle, alone if you will, for justice and equity in the unemployment insurance file. In my region, we experienced some problems, and I would say that unfortunately they have not gone away over the years because other difficulties have arisen given what's going on in demand for natural resources, as you know, fisheries, especially now because we're experiencing problems. I would even say crises in forestry. We end up with people who, in order to obtain justice, because the Department of Fisheries and Oceans does not respond to their requests, the minister does not respond, these people end up caught up. They're in the streets. For 3 days now, they've been occupying and sitting in offices. They are protesting in the streets. But it's a cry of dismay and alarm and desperation with regard to their situation. Tonight, we voted on second reading so that the employment insurance system can be amended and improved. But the bill that I'm tabling attempts to tighten up the situation and to remove the opportunity that past and current governments have had. They took advantage of the situation, of the fact that those who pay premiums were the workers and employers. The government has not been contributing. That's been the case for many years. But those people saw that there was maybe not profit, but a surplus that accumulated year after year. There were even record amounts, $7 billion, $8 billion. And then the government of the day decided that since there was this huge amount of money sitting there, rather than give people in the regions, the unemployed who were stuck with major difficulties with eligibility or even simple justice and fairness, they took advantage of the fact that they could grab that money to solve another problem called the fight against the deficit. Because over the years, if I'm not mistaken, it was early 90s, mid-90s to now, the accumulation, if we had to calculate this, it would be over $50 billion. $50,000 million accumulated in this file, this account that was deviated, and was used to fight the deficit. Well, there are people such as the member for La Salle-et-Mar, the former finance minister, was boasting about the fact that he had put Canada back on its financial feet, but he doesn't finish the sentence, because this was done at the detriment of the workers, the unemployed. So what this bill seeks to do is to prevent any government of being tempted, not just tempted, but of actually doing this. That is, taking that money and using it for other purposes and using it for other things. It was a deficit for a while, but today it could be fighting the debt, for instance. The unemployed, people in the regions, like the one I represent, and others as well, are paying for that fight against the debt. It's on their backs. So it's important to have a tool that will maybe not tighten, because it's more than that, really. It's to prevent, completely prevent, who have ill intentions and see there's a financial surplus there, which is about $1.5 to $2 billion a year. They see that surplus and say, well, what could we do with that money? Completely forgetting who contributed to that surplus and how it occurred, because you mustn't forget that if there's a surplus, it's because there's a certain amount of money grabbed out of the pockets of employers and workers. But if there's a surplus, it's especially because the return there should be, if there was money, there should, given that there's needs out there, we should be able to fill those needs. But that's not what goes on at all. Not at all. Needs are not being met, and there's a gap that's widening. At one point, that gap was enormous. There was $7 or $8 billion in surpluses. That wasn't long ago. Now we're talking about $1.5 to $2 billion a year. And the bill we voted on today in second reading, I think that we've come quite a long way in seeking this kind of justice, but the battle's far from over. Proof of that is that we must ensure that any government of any stripe, even a minority government, should not be grabbing money in that account. It is not, we're told it's a virtual account. No, it's not. A worker who's paying contributions, premiums, an employer paying premiums, that's not virtual. That money goes directly into government coffers, and unfortunately, under current conditions, we cannot fully trust a government, even a minority government, because we see that the money is completely misappropriated and deviated from its original purpose. Here I'd like to point out the summary of the bill. A bill that seeks to review the setting of the premium rate. It also amends a number of provisions in the Act with respect to the employment insurance account. There are 4 parts, if you will. Setting the premiums. The enactment provides that every year the Canada Employment Insurance Commission will set the premium rate and cause a report to be sent to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development, who will cause a copy of the report to be laid before each House of Parliament. The report also contains the recommendations to improve the account or the system. The employment insurance account will no longer form part of the accounts of Canada. This is how we prevent the kind of injustice we've seen. The amounts paid into the employment insurance account will become part of the assets of the Canada Employment Insurance Commission, and the Commission will manage them in the best interests of contributors and beneficiaries under the employment insurance system. What that means, in other words, we would not only will have the impression, but the money will truly, genuinely be used to meet the needs of the people contributing to the fund. The commissioner representing employers and so forth will be appointed by the Governor and Council from lists of nominees provided by representative associations. The government will reimburse sums used by the government for other purposes than the employment insurance system itself. I simply want to remind the House that the Employment Insurance Commission will be made up of 17 representatives, chairman, 2 vice chairpersons, and 7 representatives of employers and 7 of employees. With regard to the appointment of commissioners, the Governor and Council appoints these people who represent employers and employees from a list of nominees provided by representative association. They're selected from among the deputy ministers or the associate deputy ministers, and the chair is appointed by the House of Commons upon recommendation of the Prime Minister after consultation with the representatives of employers and employees. The chair cannot vote but cast the deciding ballot when necessary. So that gives us the context of the bill and the context we find ourselves in today. History is such that we may end up correcting to some extent. As a maritimer, I'd say it will allow us to have a drop of justice in an ocean of injustice, because this is how I see it. The employment insurance system, as it has unfolded in the past few years, is an atrocious thing. It's awful. It's awful that in some way it just mocks people completely disregards their needs, completely forgets or ignores and abandons entire regions like mine, and also abandons and ignores people who, from the sweat of their brow, have paid money that was accumulated over the years. We're saying a virtual account, but it's far from being virtual. Those billions of dollars generated as a surplus, the way it was working, well, that money was misappropriated. It was used for other purposes. Let me remind you, this is the money that should have gone to the unemployed. This is money that came from the employers, money that should have gone to regions like ours, and would have meant a social and economic safety net, was used for other purposes, that is, fighting the deficit. And what else? Who knows? Who knows? Because let me remind you of the fact that there were various investigations that took place over the past few years. The Montgomery Commission showed us the obscure and seamy underbelly of what a government can be. And I would even dare think that part of that money was simply taken from the pockets of workers and was used for purposes that were disgraceful. Now, having said that, it's very important to consider that what we're trying to accomplish really here is to eliminate the temptation, that notorious temptation of seeing that money sitting there and wanting to use it for other purposes. Because historically, the unemployed person who ends up stuck because they have a seasonal job, let's say, we mustn't forget, it's not the worker who's seasonal, it's the job that's seasonal. We often forget that. We get the impression that people are on unemployment insurance just for the heck of it. Well, let me tell you, getting 55% of your wages is not something you do just for fun. So, in the region I represent, for instance, be it workers in agriculture, natural resources like forestry, fisheries, or tourism, those people do not claim unemployment insurance benefits just for fun. They do it because there's no more work.
These are proud people. They have dignity, and they'd like to have work 12 months a year. That's their goal, and that's the purpose of this bill today, is to see to it that justice is done to these men and women who work hard and unfortunately sometimes have jobs that aren't well enough paid. And so I would encourage the House, members of all political parties, to support this bill. Thank you very much. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Gaspésie-les-Îles for, first of all, tabling this very relevant bill, and congratulate him on the force with which he defends his constituents. I myself have seen on a number of occasions, I've had the opportunity to visit his riding and meet with workers who'd lost their jobs, particularly seasonal workers. And I've seen the extent to which my colleague here has the desire and the will to defend them. And he does a very good job. In the short amount of time he had, he did a good job of explaining the situation and the situation that these people fall into, for example, in fisheries. After years of work, often in very humid environments, I met women that were over 50, and the work had really taken a toll on them, and they were no longer getting any benefits. And they have no remedy, no recourse when they lose their job. And I'd like the member to talk a bit about that. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd also like to thank my colleague from Chambly-Bordua, who is also a tireless fighter for justice, for people who deserve justice, who are entitled to be treated with dignity, and they're proud of the work they do. I've met those people a number of times, and I still see in their attitude pride in their work, in the work they've done. So when a person has worked in the fisheries for 30 years, 40 years, they may have begun part-time to start with, and finally they managed to get a permanent job under very difficult conditions, under high humidity. Here in the Ottawa region, we have humidity, but it's humidity that bothers you when you're in the sun, but when you're in the workplace in a building, those in the fisheries, well, there's no air conditioning, not necessarily, and you have to work for hours in this muggy sweatshop, and you work long hours, long years, and the wages aren't necessarily great. And after years of working there, you have not just tendinitis, but perhaps even more serious issues, health issues. And those people tell you, they look at you with pride in their eyes, and they say, I'd like to be treated with dignity for what I've done. And perhaps eventually we'll have an opportunity to discuss that. But I think one way of doing justice to these people is to provide them an early retirement program. This will have to be done. A number of things will have to be done. But when people have worked 35, 40 years, and today they're 55 or 60, they're locals. They're from the community in the Magdalene Islands. They're locals. And these people, they're what you often see in images. It's as someone who's really proud, who's worked really hard, and they tell you about all the work they've done, and they say, one day I want to be treated with dignity, and after 30, 40 years work, I think one way of treating them with dignity would be with an early retirement program. But if we stop this hemorrhage from the EI fund, if we stop the outflow, then maybe we'll, and I'll conclude with this, perhaps there might be a drop of justice, a small measure of justice in that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to join the debate on Bill C-357, a bloc Quebecois proposal to amend the Employment Insurance Act. The part of this bill that interests me is it calls for a separate account for EI. Conservatives have long supported the principle of a separate account. In our policy declaration of the Conservative Party, we stated our commitment to, and I quote, the establishment of an independent employment insurance system with a self-accounting fund administered by employees and employers, the surplus of which being used to increase workers' benefits or reduce contributions. In this House, the Prime Minister has confirmed our government is looking for solutions to meet these objectives. I, too, support the principle of the creation of a separate EI account. I also support the tremendous new direction of this government in making changes to the EI system. Canadians are seeing their new government take a very different approach to the old Liberal one. The old Liberals resisted change. They didn't listen. They stood in the way of returning contributions to the pockets of employers and employees who pay into EI. Canadians see that their new government is different from the Liberals. They chose a new government because Canadians are different from Liberals. The Liberals simply wouldn't listen to Canadians and what they wanted to see in a responsible and sustainable EI system. The new government is listening. We're getting things done based on what we are hearing. In little over 1 year since forming government, we've taken action by bringing in measured but meaningful changes. We've heard the concerns of older workers, particularly in Quebec and in Atlantic Canada, who are struggling in the face of changes to the labour situation in their region. They told us they needed something to help them with retaining and taking their experience to a new situation. We listened to their concerns and we responded to their needs with the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers. The Targeted Initiative for Older Workers in communities facing ongoing high unemployment or a single industry dealing with downsizing, that's what it's for. It designs projects for them, and it helps them. Mr. Speaker, we've also taken action for workers who face work disruptions in regions with high unemployment. Canadians are finding their fortunes in most areas of the country, improved once the new government took over. They're enjoying one of the most prosperous periods of economic growth and record high employment in Canadian history, or record employment in Canadian history. My apologies. Making sweeping changes in the EI program at a time of unprecedented labour strength would, at best, be difficult to reconcile with the realities of our thriving national economy. At worst, it would have a cooling effect. So major change isn't and wasn't called for. But Canada's new government recognizes that change is required. We appreciate that not all regions are seeing the same growth. We understand the need to make changes to meet these regional realities. We need a measured and an effective change, which is why we introduced a pilot project to extend the coverage for 5 additional weeks in regions with high unemployment. We heard from seasonal workers and others who told us about the income gap. We wanted to maintain an incentive to work, yet recognize the labour market realities they face. We've also moved to extend a pilot project that calculates benefits on the best 14 weeks of wages during the last 52. We heard from Canadians who had sporadic employment and were losing out on having their weeks of full-time work benefit them. more than 200,000 people in regions of high unemployment benefit from us getting things done for them. Listening to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, that is what this new government does. That is what good government does. When Canadians came forward with concerns about the limits of their compassionate care benefits, we listened. They told us that there are incidents where benefits ended before their needs are met to address their issues that they're facing, and that needed to be resolved. Again, Mr. Speaker, it was this government which showed Canadians that their government was listening and ready to make the changes to EI that are needed, that they asked for. Our record, the record of Canada's new government, is one that Canadians themselves can be proud. And why? Because the changes we are making come from them. And finally, they have a government that's listening to them. Finally, they have a government that's here for them. So as I return my remarks to this bill, Canadians need only to look at their government's record to see the proof of our commitment to making changes to EI that improve the system for workers and all Canadians. As I said at the outset, I and the new government are firmly committed to the principle of a separate EI account. And Canadians are satisfied that their new government is interested in solutions. And we will achieve just that. What Canadians are wondering, though, is where the opposition really sits on EI reform. With 19 EI bills in the works, the other opposition parties have been heaping one EI bill after another onto the order paper, voting for implementation of all, but not prioritizing one of them. $3.7 billion for C269, $1.1 billion for C278, $1.4 billion for C265, 16 more EI bills to come, 9 of which, including this one, are too complicated to cost. $4.7 billion to implement the 7 which we were able to cost. That's over $11 billion in new annual spending. With all these proposals for one-off changes to EI, adding up to billions annually in new costs, Canadians are looking for someone to stand up for them and think about the EI as a system. Canadians do not believe a system should be stitched together in little bits and pieces. Canadians are looking to their new government to stand up for them. They're hoping to maintain the EI as a system and protect it from the patchwork proposals made by the opposition. Canadians would be disappointed in their new government if they did not stand up for them and insist on accountability for the use of their money. They would be disappointed if they didn't stand up for them and ensure that the policy that they've asked for and we've committed to pursuing is also put together, not in a piecemeal fashion, as we have in front of us today. In comparison to our record of taking clear action to getting things done with EI reform for Canadians, the opposition record has been all but clear. Canadians have no idea what their priorities really are. The opposition has not made it clear when it comes to how they plan their legislation. More often than not, they have not made their intentions clear when one looks at the legislation that they put forward. I take my responsibility to my constituents and all Canadians seriously, and I take our commitment to a separate account seriously, and I will continue to work for that objective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the Liberal Party also to speak on Bill 350C, 357. This bill, Mr. Speaker, just basically is asking to make some changes to the Employment Insurance Act as it relates to the setting of premiums that are charged to employers and employees. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me just say that the employment insurance is a very important program that is offered here in Canada, a program that plays, in my view, and I'm sure in the view of all members in this Honourable House, a very vital role in assisting workers in Canada when they find themselves either unemployed or underemployed. A program that kind of supports an individual, a worker, so that they can, as they go from job A to job B. Mr. Speaker, allow me to provide a little history to the employment insurance program here in Canada for the benefit of all Canadians. In 1934, the Government of Canada established a program that would provide Canadians with a partial income if they found themselves out of work. The Great Depression, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, resulted in millions of Canadians losing their jobs and going through some very, very difficult times. And as a result, the government took action to provide some income security. The Employment and Social Insurance Act of 1935, Mr. Speaker, paid minimum weekly wages based on earnings to certain unemployed people. And it was in 1940, Mr. Speaker, that Parliament passed the Unemployment Insurance Act, and during that period, when income security was not an issue, for example, the war, we recall, created well over 1 million jobs in our country at that time. The program back then, Mr. Speaker, was meant to support on a short-term basis individuals who were in between jobs and primarily targeted to the so-called blue workers, if I may say. But since that period, employment insurance has become one of the major foundations of Canada's social safety net. Two major changes occurred, Mr. Speaker, in the system, once in 1971 and again in the mid-1990s. In 1971, the program became more universal with a wide range of occupations falling under its legislative scope. For example, further maternity, sickness, and retirement benefits were added to the programs, premiums were reduced, and benefits, Mr. Speaker, were increased. Prerequisite qualifiers were also raised, while benefit levels were, to some degree, restrained. And it was at that time that the government placed restrictions on benefits for those workers who had quit or had been fired, Mr. Speaker. They were deemed ineligible, except for certain exceptions, if I may state. During the period of 1971, the government shifted employment services and benefit costs from its Consolidated Revenue Fund to what was then called the UI account, Mr. Speaker. Although there were some efforts to make further changes to the Act during the 1970s and 80s, it was not until the 1990s, Mr. Speaker, that major reform to the Act did take place. For example, in 1996, unemployment insurance became known as employment insurance, or EI. Employment, meaning let's move forward to get people back into the workforce, Mr. Speaker. And, of course, major changes in eligibility, including an intensity rule that reduced benefits for repeated claimants. And, of course, there were adjustments to that clause made in 2001, Mr. Speaker. And I think why also that happened, because if you recall, and I know, Mr. Speaker, you were here at that time, and when I was first elected in 1993, we inherited a very difficult situation where there was high unemployment. If you recall, and I'm sure you do, it was close to 12%. And EI premiums had been rising consistently. I remember at that time it was pegged at $3.05 per 100. And the economy, Mr. Speaker, was, well, they used to describe our country as unofficially bankrupt. So we had very little maneuvering ability, Mr. Speaker. But later on, as the economy got better, as we had eliminated the deficit much faster than what we anticipated, economic growth occurred, employment started to unfold, more revenue started coming in because people were working as opposed to us paying out. We were able to look at adjustments as we did, as we removed that intensity rule in 2001. Mr. Speaker, I believe that those changes were necessary at that time, as I said, because of the difficulties that the country had. One I'd like to point out was also a $48 billion deficit that we had incurred. 600 plus billion debt that we incurred inherited from the Mulroney government, the Conservatives, who are today, the member for Burlington just earlier said, you know, we are listening to the people. If I may quote him, he said, a government that listens to them. I think he said that about 3 times, Mr. Speaker. I always get shivers. The moment somebody says to me more than once, trust me, I don't trust that person. So when the member from Burlington said on a couple occasions, a government that listens on several occasions, it just confirms, Mr. Speaker, that indeed they haven't been listening. And the Income Trust is one example that I will use. Mr. Speaker, just a short while ago, we had Bill C-269 before the House that we voted on to make some changes to help also seasonal workers and to increase benefits in general. And that bill we supported, Mr. Speaker, I know we did, as amended at committee, because I believe that in the current situation, we can afford to take a look at EI in general and to see how we can better support all workers, Mr. Speaker. Comments we're hearing from our constituents, especially our seniors, our veterans, and workers in general, Mr. Speaker, are as follows. If today that our country has been blessed with such high surpluses, close to $14 billion, thanks to the good work that the previous Liberal governments did, it is today, Mr. Speaker, that we can take that extra step. And it's not a risk. It is today that we have these surpluses that we can look at, adjusting these programs. In Canada, we have workers in the Maritimes, in the North, in the mining industry that unfortunately and for whatever reasons don't have an opportunity as somebody, let's say, in downtown Toronto to have steady employment throughout the year. Well, this is where these programs must exercise, Mr. Speaker, some flexibility. And I believe these are the times when the economy is good, when there are surpluses, to be able to do so. Mr. Speaker, as often is the case with members from the Bloc, and I say this respectfully, they always attempt to maintain some sort of fading sense of relevancy to the House by introducing certain private members' initiatives so that they can also send to their householders, to the constituents, and say, look, this is how relevant we are. And that's great. I mean, I cannot be negatively commenting on that. That's their privilege. But it is unfortunate because we're sending a certain message to the constituent who depends to hear from his member of parliament a certain message that has relevancy, Mr. Speaker. In a case like this, you're just sort of getting somebody's goat going, you're getting them excited, and it's just unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, let me just point out why I made that statement. The member will know that what he seeks to accomplish already exists. Thanks to the efforts and the hard work of the former Liberal Finance Minister, the Minister from Wascana, and of course the former Liberal Minister of Human Resources, the member from Newmarket, Aurora. These changes, Mr. Speaker, were made. What we did, Mr. Speaker, was formalize the EI rate setting process with an external process run by a chief actuary, something that the member from Burlington said we are going to do as a government. We've already done it as a Liberal government. So the member from Burlington, or all of us members here, should try and read up as to what has been done before they actually stand up, for the benefit of all Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, it's up to the chief actuary to analyze the labour trends, the employment levels, the expected payments to be made, and make recommendations to Parliament as to the setting of the EI rate. And, Mr. Speaker, it is set in such a way that we've put in place where it becomes revenue neutral, if I may describe it as such. So, Mr. Speaker, let me just repeat again for the benefit of the member from Burlington and all other members that the EI...
Sorry to interrupt the honourable member, but the honourable member from Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to speak on Bill C-357, which is the Bloc Québécois bill on amending the Employment Insurance Act. Employment insurance is fundamentally important to working people in Canada. Work is central to our lives. It's not only about the money that we get to support ourselves and our families. It is about our self-worth. It is about who we are as people. And my experience in talking to many working people over the years is that job loss is absolutely devastating to a worker, and any support, any help that they can get to ease that transition from unemployment back into a paying job is money well spent. We've been through massive changes in our economy over the last decade or more. We've seen tremendous transitions in new technology, changes in manufacturing, and many thousands and thousands of workers have been through this period of unemployment and had to scramble and find their way back into a job. And employment insurance, or unemployment insurance as it was originally structured, is designed to help cushion that transition so that a worker can make his or her way from the job they've just lost and get into a new job. And any insurance plan, whether it's for a house or a car or anything else, it's a plan where you pay a premium and then you get a benefit. And when you pay the premium, you know exactly what the rules are and you know you're going to be able to get that benefit. But that's not how it works with employment insurance. And it's an anomaly to call this insurance because it actually provides very little insurance. In the 1990s, of course, deficit cutting was the order of the day. There were many cuts to all kinds of programs, more aggressive than needed to happen in order to eliminate the deficit, and many people suffered. The previous government, under Finance Minister Martin, made major cuts to many social programs, and
the honourable member should not refer to the member from Salamar in the way that she did.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Under the previous government and under the then Finance Minister from the riding of La Salle-Mar, there were massive cuts to social programs and major cuts to employment insurance. Just to give you an example, in 1990, about 87% of unemployed workers received unemployment insurance benefits. Today, only about 40% of workers receive benefits. In my province of Ontario, that number drops to about 30%, and in my city of Toronto, only about 20% of unemployed workers receive benefits. But these attacks on employment insurance were not just about balancing the books. They were about creating a flexible labor market, about, in fact, creating insecurity amongst working people as part of a cheap labor market strategy. But what happened was many workers had the rug yanked out from underneath them. And the message was that when you lost your job, you had to immediately grab any job. And so many people ended up taking huge cuts to their income, and it created incredible distress. And today, yes, we have lower unemployment, but we also have greater poverty and a growing gap between the wealthy and people who are at the lower end of the spectrum. And what happened was, because of the rule changes that were made to EI by the previous government, fewer workers qualified for EI benefits, the levels were lower, and what happened was the fund built up substantially. And rather than improve those benefits, restore those insurance benefits to help working people during a changing economy, what happened was the money that had been paid into the fund by working people and by employers built up in the fund, and the previous government dipped in with both hands, and over $50 billion was used as just general revenue what other insurance plan would you pay into where your premiums go not for insurance benefits, but they go for something completely different outside of the plan that you're paying into? It's really quite ridiculous that this fund has been plundered the way it is. And it's more than ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. It is fundamentally unjust, because that money was designed to help the people who pay into that plan, and it's being used for other purposes. As EI is currently structured, it is failing many unemployed adults who pay in and simply cannot get the benefits. The legacy of the cuts from the previous decade are that many of our social programs and especially this most important workplace adjustment program of EI have been eroded. And I believe this is of national importance, not only for the individuals affected, but because it tends to cut the ties that bind Canadians. People saw our government as being responsible for programs like Medicare and unemployment insurance, and increasingly these have been so frayed at the edges or downloaded to other levels of government that I think it really does fray the ties that bind our country together, and I think that's another consideration for us at the national level. Sometimes people wonder, what is government good for if when they are in distress, they lose their job, they're having trouble putting food on the table, and then what they thought was there as a support for them in their time of need, they find is not available for them. So again, unemployment is at an all-time low, or is at a low, but personal debt is high. Many people are working harder than ever, and the gap is growing between rich and poor, and most people just work paycheck to paycheck. Mr. Speaker, what we need is the governments to stop plundering EI funds. That has to stop. And I support the goal of forcing government's hands out of the EI fund. What government does need to do is improve the benefits of EI, improve the access to EI, to ensure that the principle of the fund, which is to provide the best possible adjustment for unemployed workers, that becomes a reality once again in Canada. And it can only become a reality if working people who need the fund get access to the fund, and that the premiums that are paid for unemployment or employment insurance are used for that purpose and are available to working Canadians when they need it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Honourable Deputy de Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Borduas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to talk to this very important bill, C-35-7, which is intended to give employers and employees, those who pay into the employment fund, control over their own fund. First of all, I'd like to congratulate our NDP colleague from Parkdale High Park for the quality of her intervention, because she summarized the situation very well. It's a deplorable situation. At the beginning of my speech, I will make some comments about people who have lost their jobs. They have no income, and they have no recourse. They are not eligible for EI, benefits that they were supposed to get, and they had already paid in the fund for these benefits, but they are not eligible. There's a Régence plant in the Charlebourg riding where the Conservative member opposite is there. He did nothing to help these people. That's one of the examples. I could look at other ridings represented by our Conservative colleagues, and they mislead these people by saying that they've set up a program for older workers called POWO, but in actual fact, it's for people who can still work. That's good because there are people who do still want to work, but in some situations, Mr. Speaker, when people are older, when they're over the age of 55, and they don't find a job because there's no available work around in the region or outside the region, or simply because the employers don't want to hire them because of their age, well, Mr. Speaker, these people have nothing, and yet they've paid EI all their lives. What happened, Mr. Speaker? Well, gradually, over the years, and this is just an example. This is one example, but I could talk about examples at Montmagny or the textile sector in Huntington, in Sherbrooke, in the eastern townships and in Drummondville. We could find examples in all of these regions. We could find similar situations where the people didn't get EI or they weren't able to benefit from the POWO program. Why? Because the Liberal government at that time cut back, slashed EI programs such that, Mr. Speaker, only 60% of workers who lose their jobs find themselves without income, and yet these people have paid into the fund. You are, Mr. Speaker, you are someone that I don't know very well, but I know you're a cautious person. You no doubt have insurance if you should ever have a car accident or if perhaps your house burns down. What would happen, Mr. Speaker, if you had the misfortune of going through a house fire and then you went to your insurance broker and said, I have to be reimbursed under my insurance policy, and your broker says, I'm sorry, you're no longer covered because I changed the rules halfway through. Or let's say it's an insurance that let's say it was applicable only if you had the fire started in the living room, and in your case the fire started in the kitchen, so you're not covered. You would say that this insurer is dishonest. He's cheated. He has diverted the money for other purposes, and you would have taken this person to court because what he did was illegal. But what about the unemployed? They don't have recourse to court proceedings, and yet the money that they needed was diverted. More than $54 billion of their money was diverted, Mr. Speaker. I have a note here, a memo, that says that according to the data published by the government in February and March with respect to EI, the surplus was $15 billion as of March 31st, 2007. So it continues. And yet, the current government, the Conservative government, when they were in the opposition, Mr. Speaker, they made a commitment to put a halt to this diversion of funds. They even said that they would agree to set up an independent fund so that people who contribute to the fund, employers and employees, would have control over their fund, so that the monies in the fund would be used for the purpose to which it was intended. But that's not what's happening. The Conservatives are acting just as the Liberals did. It's a very serious economic crime, and this is hurting people who have lost their jobs.
Even in your own riding, Mr. Speaker, I know that you're the dean of this House. You've been representing your riding for a long time. You're someone very highly regarded in your riding, who's also very concerned about the interests of people in your riding. I know that full well, but Mr. Speaker, one has to realize that in each one of our ridings, there are $30 or $60 million less coming into our ridings because there are families that are being penalized. A person who lost their job, who supports a family, then the whole family suffers. That's money less in our economy, in your riding, in your region. And that's money missing also in your province. So what happens when the person has no more income? They end up on welfare. Well, I don't know how it works in your province, Mr. Speaker, but in Quebec, welfare is for people who have no other recourse. So, you see, the money stays in Ottawa. The responsibilities that were to be assumed by Ottawa are transferred to the provinces that way, and to Quebec. And that strengthens or accentuates fiscal imbalance. So it's a very grave economic crime. We have to be aware of this, conscious of this in other areas of activity too. In other circumstances, one would be completely appalled by this and rise up, but everyone in this House should rise up against this. Mr. Speaker, what's hard to understand is that when people take power in this Parliament, it's almost as if their only concern was the debt or political priorities. For example, the weaponry, military equipment. Within a week, they come up with all kinds of commitments. Last August, $17.5 billion in commitments of military spending out of the Treasury. And more or less, never less than 2 or 2.5 billion is taken out of the EI account. Up to 7 billion in some years put into the Consolidated Revenue Fund. So that's misappropriation of funds, no more nor less. The way it was done is by giving fewer benefits to workers who lose their jobs, whereas they would be entitled to those benefits. Mr. Speaker, the bill, for any reasonable person, sensible person, who's concerned with representing their fellow citizens properly, would vote in favor of this bill. They wouldn't say what I just heard another member from the Liberal Party say. We're inviting people to read to see what we did right. Well, they don't have to read anything to know what the Liberals did, because they are the victims of what they did wrong. And that's what they're living with. They're living on nothing because of what the Liberals did. What's serious here is that the Conservative government, once they came to power, it's as if they forgot what they used to do and say in opposition. So it's urgent. An autonomous account has to be established with a commission, with a majority of representatives from employers and employees, and the money should come back into the account. And I'll conclude with that. And there should be mutual lending. If they want to borrow money for it, they have to come up with the same arrangement that they would with a bank, that is, pay interest to the account. So that's the bill. Any sensible person who wants to defend the interests of the people in their riding will vote for it, and I urge them to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate for a few minutes. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I am happy to be here today to discuss Bill C-357, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleagues from all the parties for their contributions on this bill today. All of the opinions put forward on this bill are valuable and provide great input into possible reforms to the EI program. From the outset, let me state that this government supports the principles behind the creation of a separate EI account. I see other proposals put forward in this bill as well. I note the opposition has proposed several program changes during the course of this parliament, often without supporting evidence or clear program objectives. It is important to get these things right. Canadians depend on us, and particularly their new government, to ensure that the EI system remains a system, one that is effective, sustainable, and reflects their needs. Mr. Speaker, there is a reason we need to have this debate today. The reason is simple: Liberal mismanagement. The previous Liberal government allowed, over a period of 10 years, a $51 billion surplus to accumulate in what many in this House have called the EI account. During a study of a previous incarnation of this bill, Bill C-280, during the last Parliament, the Honourable Member for Haliburton, Carmarthen, Lakes, Brock, stated during committee study that Auditor General surely did not foresee that the government would continuously and deliberately overcharge employers and workers and allow a massive surplus to build up, but they did. They allowed the surplus to grow, and, Mr. Speaker, they became addicted to it. Mr. Speaker, Liberal mismanagement comes as no surprise in this House. We have seen $1 billion HRSDC boondoggle under their watch. We've seen a $2 million gun registry turn into a $2 billion gun registry. Mr. Speaker, they ran a rule-breaking sponsorship program, and now we have seen the accumulation of $51 billion in workers' and employers' money with no explanation and certainly, Mr. Speaker, no apologies. This should come as no surprise to the party of ad scam and Sponsorgate, but, Mr. Speaker, nonetheless, it is no less insulting to every Canadian. Mr. Speaker...
Order. 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 I'm sorry, I'm trying to tell the honourable member that when the speaker stands up, the honourable member should sit down. Yeah. But unfortunately, the time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in question period on April 30th, 07, I had asked the Minister of Public Safety why he was not telling the truth on detainees and why his own spokeswoman was contradicting him. Mr. Speaker, the people of Canada are proud of the courageous service being provided by men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces currently serving in the NATO-led mission in Afghanistan. But, Mr. Speaker, many are deeply concerned with the escalation of violence and the worsening situation in the country. There is no question that all Canadians support our troops, yet many across this country harbour certain doubts about the Minister of Defence and the Conservative government's future plans in Afghanistan. On April 19th, the Liberal Party introduced a motion which would have provided Canadians with a definite conclusion to Canada's combat mission as scheduled in February 2009. No one is under the illusion that Afghanistan will become fully self-sufficient state when the troops leave in 2009. And that is why the Liberal motion included a provision for a non-combat reconstruction role in subsequent years. Mr. Speaker, a Liberal government would ensure a clear and deliberate strategy in Afghanistan that includes a commitment in 2. Better integration of military aid and diplomatic efforts, an effective plan to deal with illegal opium trade and address the chronic water shortage. Yet, recently, the handling of the Afghan mission has been tainted by contradictions, confusions and cover-ups by the Defence Minister. And this places our troops at further and unnecessary risk. Under the Conservative mission, the mission has focused almost exclusively on the combat role with little regards for diplomacy and reconstruction. Mr. Speaker, success in Afghanistan cannot be won by military means alone. The Soviet Union learned this lesson when the Mujahideen forced 60,000 troops out of the country in 1989 after the disastrous attempt to occupy the country. Today, damaging earthquakes, limited freshwater resources, soil degradation, overgazing, deforestation, and a crumbling infrastructure all combine to make civil reconstruction a daunting task in the midst of continuous attacks by the Taliban. And yet, the Conservative response to the mission has been to order heavy battle tanks and brand new medium and heavy lift aircraft. And since most of this new equipment will only arrive a few months before Canada is scheduled to withdraw in February 2009, many Canadians are left wondering if the Conservatives are really serious about ending our combat role. I would therefore like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary one simple question for the record. In May 1st last year, members of this House voted to end Canada's combat role in Afghanistan in February 2009 and to provide adequate notice to our fellow members of NATO. Can the Parliamentary Secretary inform this House tonight that the Government of Canada has contacted our NATO allies and made it clear that Canada will end its combat commitments as scheduled in February 2009. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is my pleasure to address the House tonight, and particularly to elaborate on the role of Correctional Service of Canada officers who have recently been deployed in Kandahar. First, let it be recognized, Mr. Speaker, that the Correctional Service of Canada is participating in the Canadian Provincial Reconstruction Team to support Canada's commitment to helping Afghanistan become a stable, secure, and self-sufficient state. It is clear that one of the key points in assisting Afghanistan to achieve its goals is the establishment of an accountable justice system that recognizes the fundamental importance of the rule of law. We also recognize, Mr. Speaker, that there is a fundamental, close-knit relationship between the judicial system, the police systems, and a functioning prison system in terms of the establishment of rule of law. By providing capacity building that support international standards, CSC assists Afghanistan in achieving this establishment of rule of law. In executing their duties, the officers visit prisons, meet with the wardens and the staff to discuss ways to respect the rules. For example, the officers assess and provide advice on improving the security of the infrastructure and its perimeter and identify means to assist the prison administrators in implementing them. They recommend improvements to meet basic health requirements such as adequate electricity and drinking water supplies, adequate sanitation installations, proper lighting, heating and ventilation in cells and working areas, and assist the prison administrators in realizing them. On the management side, Mr. Speaker, our officers discuss with prison administrators their management practices, identify gaps, provide advice, direction, and assistance on ways to improve their operations. For example, they discuss and identify training needs for staff to perform their general and specific duties. They examine the prison registry and suggest ways to ensure that it meets all the requirements. They ensure that medical supplies, including first aid kits, are available, properly recorded, stored, and dispensed. Mr. Speaker, they provide recommendation on prisoners' education and vocational needs, such as setting up classrooms as well as areas for training in useful trades as to prepare prisoners for the return to normal day-to-day life. These are just a few examples, Mr. Speaker, of what the officers from the Correctional Service of Canada have been working on in Kandahar for the past 3 months, and they have made tremendous progress on several fronts. Both the employees and the prisoners of the facilities benefit from these improved conditions. But in a more global context, what they are doing is extending the existing authority of the Afghan Ministry of Justice and the Central Prison Department to the province of Kandahar, and thereby contributing to the overall Afghan justice sector reform plan, as stated in the Afghan Compact. Through their important work, Mr. Speaker, they are spreading the ideals of justice, respect of human rights, and the rule of law to a land that has been racked by terrorism and lawlessness. In closing, I wish to thank the House for the opportunity to provide information on the role of the Correctional Service of Canada officers deployed in Kandahar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the detainee debacle has exposed the Minister of Defence to unrelenting criticism not only in Canada, but with our allies around the world. This has also shaken the confidence our troops have in their own government and its ability to defend our forces as they serve bravely in face of many hardships in Afghanistan. This Minister of Defence has already had to apologize for misleading Parliament by wrongly insisting that the Red Cross was responsible for monitoring detainees captured by Canadian troops and then turned over to the Afghan National Army. Last week, I asked the Minister of Public Safety if he was satisfied that detainees handed over to Afghan authorities are treated humanly and are not subject to torture. Could the Parliamentary Secretary assure this House tonight that no detainee has been subject to torture? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to say that Canada's CSC is playing a key role in Afghanistan as part of the Government of Canada's efforts to help build a stable, secure, and democratic society. They are among many Canadians working to help rebuild its society and institutions and the economy. Correctional Services Canada has an international reputation and significant correctional expertise, which allows us to contribute to the establishment of a sound correctional system in Afghanistan that respects international standards of human rights and is responsive to the rule of law. And, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of this side, I would like to thank those members from Correctional Service Canada who are serving in Afghanistan at this time. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on April 26th, I put a question to the Minister of National Defense concerning the French language in the armed forces. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the previous federal government shut down the only French language military college, that of Saint-Jean. That was the Liberals who did that. The current Conservative government changed the policy on bilingualism in the Army to reduce the place of French. More recently again, in Vimy, France, the French was incomprehensible on the display panels that explained the battle waged by the Canadian military 90 years ago. At the military school in Saint-Jean, there are problems because of the new bilingualism policy. The criteria are lesser, so there are fewer students. So I guess we're heading towards yet another closure. So in light of all those facts, I put the following question to the Minister of National Defense, who himself has a lot of trouble speaking French, and yet he was a very senior officer in the Canadian Forces. So I'm asking, how can one not draw the conclusion that for the Minister of National Defense of Canada, a bilingual country, French is the least of his concerns? Given that this is a question period and not answer period, the response was quite pathetic on the part of that minister. Now, having said that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote something said by the Commissioner of Official Languages, Mr. Fraser. This was March 2007, so very recent. It's important to point out that the Official Languages Act does not specify any unique or distinct status for the Canadian Forces or the Department of National Defense. The Official Languages Act applies to all federal institutions. So, it's not within a state where they can do what they like. We're in a society that respects law and order, and the Official Languages Act must be respected, as in the Canadian Forces as well as anywhere else. The Bloc Québécois condemns the attitude of the Canadian Forces, who were incapable of complying with the Official Languages Act since it was adopted in 1969. That is 38 years ago. That shows a flagrant lack of respect vis-à-vis all of Canada as it is defined, and especially toward Francophones, Quebecers, Acadians, or Francophones in other provinces and regions of Canada. And that is contemptuous towards the French fact in Canada. We also denounced the new model of transformation for the Official Languages program in the armed forces. Let's be clear here. Rather than allow compliance with the legislation, attempts to reduce its impact. This model reduces the number of Francophone units from 62 to 55. Once again, Mr. Speaker, that is a matter of lack of respect. So I will allow my colleague a response, and I'll get back to this. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague, the member for Gatineau, raised this issue in the House of Commons on April 16th. At that time, the Minister of Veterans Affairs was very clear in his reply. He indicated that the government took immediate action and that the panels with the erroneous French translations were removed from Canada's Vimy Interpretive Centre in France. Now the member has brought the issue forward again. It gives me an opportunity to explain what happened and why we acted so quickly. The foam core panels were installed on the evening of June 30th, 2006, in celebration of Canada Day last summer. Unfortunately, the timing of the installation coincided with a number of other events which contributed to the error-riddled panels falling through the cracks. Among other things, Veterans Affairs Canada was in the middle of planning and hosting a number of major events in France to commemorate the 90th anniversary of the Battle of the Somme. At the same time, staffing for senior overseas posts at Veterans Affairs was in a state of transition. The result was a lack of proper oversight during the erection of these panels. I want to stress that I offer these details only to explain what went wrong, and not to justify how the inexcusable translations could have been allowed to go on public display. Canada's new government is committed to providing services in both our official languages, and our commitment is unwavering. The quick action taken by the Minister of Veterans Affairs clearly demonstrates our determination to honour and to enforce that commitment. On April 5th, as soon as he was made aware of the errors in the French text, errors which he called, quote, totally unacceptable, end quote, the Minister of Veterans Affairs took action immediately. He ordered that the panels in question be removed. I know that members will want to know exactly what the Minister said when he took his decisive action. Let me quote directly from his statement dated April 5th. Quote, I immediately instructed my officials to correct the situation and to ensure that this will never happen again, end quote. As the Minister also reminded the Honourable Member opposite on April 16th, we removed the signs immediately, long before it was brought to the attention of the Honourable Member. We did the right thing. I want to reassure all members, as well as all Canadians, that we embrace our responsibility to reflect the linguistic duality of our country, and we do so proudly. Canada's official languages must be properly displayed at all Government of Canada sites, especially at one as historically significant as the Canada National Vimy Memorial. Mr. Speaker, this is a clear commitment on behalf of the Government of Canada, and we have taken the necessary steps to ensure such unfortunate mistakes never happen again. Veterans Affairs Canada has a special mandate of commemorating the service and sacrifice of the brave men and women who have worn our uniform in both times of war and peace. Over the first few weeks of April, Canadians gathered across the country, from Yellowknife to Toronto, from St. John's to Kamloops, to pay their respects to those who had fought and died in taking Vimy Ridge. And of course, Canadians gathered in France. It was especially gratifying and heartwarming to see the thousands of Canadian students who travelled to Vimy to take part in the dedication of the newly restored Canadian National Vimy Memorial. Mr. Speaker, many of my colleagues from the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs were among those to attend, and I am sure they have all returned home with their own special memories. The sight of those young Canadians marching in as a group was simply remarkable. To realize that we now have thousands of new ambassadors of remembrance is extremely gratifying. And Veterans Affairs Canada is committed to honouring all of our veterans through such acts as remembrance. Mr. Speaker, we must not forget those who came before us and those who continue to serve our country. I know that we are all very...
Sorry to interrupt the Honourable Member, but the time has expired.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's too bad because my question was to the Minister of National Defence, not Veterans Affairs. But having said that, I will continue. I'd want to point out that the Bloc Québécois is asking that the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Forces respect the recommendations of the Commissioner of Official Languages formulated following the complaint of a former Bloc member, Mr. Benoit Sauvageau, tabled December 30th, 2003. That complaint can be accessed. Things were supposed to be done so that in 2006 there'd be a great deal of changes in the Canadian Forces regarding official languages. Mr. Speaker, let me close with a quote from the Commissioner, which reveals that over a period of about 20 years, the percentage of bilingual military positions filled by bilingual people has not progressed.
Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, in raising this issue, the Honourable Member is trying to find controversy where none exists. As my Honourable colleague knows, as soon as the Minister of Veterans Affairs was aware, he took immediate action. In reference to defence, we are taking immediate action there as well. The Minister called the situation totally unacceptable, and he had the panels removed from the interpretive centre. I would remind all members that Canada's official languages must be properly displayed at all Government of Canada sites. Veterans Affairs Canada is committed to this basic right, just as we are committed to honouring the achievements and sacrifices of our veterans. We do both by ensuring the linguistic duality of our country is maintained in our tribute to our veterans. Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of our veterans, and they have asked us to keep faith with their fallen comrades, to keep alive the memory of those who made the ultimate sacrifice. As members of Parliament, we can do our part to commemorate the service and sacrifice of those who defended our freedoms, who made it possible for us to stand in this chamber and represent our fellow citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. This House stands adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.